Thank you. You're the best. Testing, testing. The big ones. Tuesday, January 26th, 2021, Legislative Commission's Budget Subcommittee. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Tom, have fun with those adventurous minutes. I will now. Say that again.
Shut, please.
Department of Wildlife, followed by the State Department of Agriculture, and finishing with Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation. And then a final public comment. I think that we're going to try to take a lunch, if possible, after the Department of Wildlife. So you can plan on that. And let's go with our first agenda item. And Mr. Thorley, will you please call roll?
Assemblywoman Benitez Thompson.
Here.
Assemblyman Frierson.
Here.
Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Here.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Here.
Assemblywoman Howdigy. Assemblyman Levitt.
Here.
Assemblywoman Miller.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Assemblywoman Peters.
Here.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Here.
Assemblywoman Titus.
Here.
Assemblywoman Tolles.
Good morning.
Assemblyman Watts.
Here.
Senator Cannizzaro.
Here.
Senator Dennis.
Here.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Here.
Senator Goycochea.
Here.
Senator Hammond.
Here.
Senator Kekeffer.
Here.
Senator Ratty.
Here.
Senator Severs Gansert.
Here.
Assemblywoman Carlton.
Here.
Chair Brooks.
And Assemblywoman Howdigy is excused and will be possibly joining later. So our first item of business for the day is public comment. We'll have 2 public comment periods. This is the first. We'll have one at the end of the hearing. And because there is no physical location for this meeting, public testimony under this agenda item will be presented by phone or written comment. And because of time constraints, and we need each caller offering testimony during this period to do it in not more than 2 minutes, and would like to confine the public comment period to 30 minutes, each public comment period to 30 minutes. Broadcast, will you please open up the public comment line and switch over to public comment?
Good morning, Chair. We have one caller in the public comment line. Good morning. With the caller with the last 3 digits, 048, please slowly state and spell your name for the record. You will have 2 minutes. You may begin now.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Cohen for the record, Stephen with a V, last name Cohen, C-O-H-E-N. Just wanted to quickly reference my prepared remarks that are available on Nellis with a focus on the top 6 projects in that list at the very end of the document, many of which either would or exclusively apply to budget account 3158, which is low rehab. When you get to Dieter at the very end, I did also submit a public story with respect to unemployment, but because it was in the context of litigation, not sure if legal will clear it. But that's pretty much it. It kind of speaks for itself. When the document was conceived, times were good. And now, unfortunately, through no fault of anyone's, they're not. So it'll be kind of up to all of us to create innovative solutions to fix problems. Just as an example, Voc Rehab, if my memory is correct, lost 3 of their 4 contracts for their younger population as a direct result of COVID. So we're kind of left in this rabbit hole of trying to, like I said, maintain outcomes from good times and now not so good.
Chair, the public comment line is still open and working. However, there are no more callers at this time.
Okay, thank you. With that, then we will move to the next agenda item 3, and that is a presentation from the Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs. And I'd like to welcome Director Scolari and ask her to present her presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee members. We'll begin our presentation today with Tony Manfredi of the Nevada Arts Council.
Good morning. For the record, Tony Manfredi, Executive Director of the Nevada Arts Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today, and thank you for your service to our great state. Why do the arts matter? And more importantly, why should the state utilize public funds to support arts and culture? Arts and creativity make us stronger as individuals, families, communities, Nevadans, and as a country. They're a backbone of innovation, prosperity, and thriving people and places. Public funding for arts and creativity is a high return investment that benefits every Nevadan in every city, town, and rural community statewide. Arts and creativity are a Nevada economic engine. They provide people with the foundation for creativity, equipping an innovative workforce, generating new ideas in every field, and keeping our state nationally and globally competitive. Arts and creativity strengthen economic health by creating jobs in multiple industries, driving tourism, and providing opportunities for young people. The U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis reports that arts and culture production accounts for over $8.7 billion, is 5.5% of Nevada's GDP, and contributes to over 40,911 jobs. Health and well-being are also a key component that the arts and creativity bring to our state. They're one of the most effective treatments for trauma, depression, and anxiety, including effective treatments and among our nation's veterans. Arts and creativity reduce our susceptibility to stress-related diseases, and art therapies help to forestall Alzheimer's and promote lifelong brain health, while helping us address the nation's opioid crisis. From rural towns to big cities, arts and creativity strengthen the fabric of Nevada's communities. They celebrate local culture, both cherished and new traditions, telling stories of people and places. Arts and creativity promote connection and cohesion, foster the entrepreneurial spirit communities need to thrive, and create the kinds of communities where young people want to build families. Arts and creativity strengthen education. They set young people up for success, close the achievement gap, and improve test scores. Arts and creativity spark human potential, promoting cognitive development and readiness to learn at every age. And they develop an innovative, globally competitive workforce by adding the key ingredient of connectivity to STEAM education. How does the state of Nevada take advantage of these qualities? Well, through its investment with the Nevada Arts Council. The Nevada Arts Council is the primary source of public arts funding for Nevada's creative industry, and for the past 54 years has worked diligently to maximize these public funds through our grant and program areas. The NAC is recognized and established as an agency in NRS 233C. Highlighted portions of this statute show that there's a recognition for arts as a vital aspect of culture and heritage, an essential means of expanding the educational programs and promoting the general welfare of the people of Nevada. Increasing importance to the economy, vitality, and communities of the state, and it ensures that the role of the arts will continue to grow and play an ever-increasing part in the cultural development and educational experiences of the residents of the state of Nevada. The Nevada Arts Council is one of America's 56 state and jurisdictional arts agencies, and each state arts agency is focused on ensuring that every community receives the benefit of the arts. We support rural communities, enliven public spaces, promote health and healing, spark economic growth, drive educational success, foster inclusion and equity. We reach a tremendous amount of our underserved and low-income communities, and we create opportunities for artists. We do this through our 6 program areas. Each one is unique and distinct, but many of them have a lot of the same components, including professional development capabilities, research and referral, grant making, special project initiatives, and technical assistance and training. The Artist Services Program honors and showcases the work of Nevada artists, provides resources to artists for career development, and helps the general public understand the vital role an artist plays in providing a creative workforce. The Arts Learning Program focuses on expanding quality arts education and opportunities for all Nevada citizens. It does this through 3 focus areas: arts education, which is the development and knowledge and skills of one or more of the arts disciplines. Arts integration is utilizing the arts as a tool to strengthen teaching and learning in non-art subjects. And arts for social development is the tools to promote social development, such as with at-risk populations and in health and healing. Our Community Arts Development Program engages with nonprofit arts and cultural organizations, public institutions, and tribal governments, providing grants and program services aimed to support and solve community challenges. The Folklife Program documents Nevada's diverse cultural heritage to share with the public through publications, exhibitions, festivals, school programs, and workshops. This program celebrates where we come from and how we continue our culture and traditions. Many think of Native and Indigenous cultures when you hear of folklife, and this is certainly accurate, but our Folklife program extends beyond. Reflect upon the traditions that you celebrate with your family and friends, the unique dress and foods you enjoy, and the way that these are preserved. Our grants program is what we are known most for throughout the state. The grant program reflects a significant commitment by the state and the federal government to support the creation of art and access to art for our citizens. Nevada Arts Council grants support the efforts of nonprofit and community organizations, public institutions, and individual artists through Nevada to create and make cultural activities and experiences widely available to those who live here and to those who visit here. Our public info and arts initiatives includes a wide range of constituent services, such as our board management, surveys, planning documents, and special initiatives, such as our biannual statewide arts conference. We facilitate regional We Are Listening and State of the Arts meetings to hear from all of those out there in our state. And the agency strategic planning process and other agency-wide initiatives are coordinated through this program area. Reflecting a bit on what COVID-19 has had on our arts and culture industry, like every industry, COVID has certainly had its direct impact. It's been particularly hard on Nevada's arts and culture industry. Some latest data from Impact Survey conducted by Americans for the Arts. This is showing what our full nonprofit, that's nonprofit, for-profit, and all of the entities that are focused on arts and culture in our state. It's 257 respondents. You see an impact of $15 million to the industry, a median impact of 19,000. 98% of organizations have canceled events in our state. And the big number here, loss of attendance, 1,350,000 of lost attendance. That translates into money and revenue to the state in a dramatic way. For our nonprofit and government agency status, again, very similar numbers, 97% cancellation and over 1 million of lost attendance. When we look at those numbers, it's certainly disheartening. And so want to step back in time a bit and look at our 2019 grant and program activities that indicate how important arts and culture and creativity will be to our recovery. In 2019, we reached 120 zip codes in 51 cities in all 17 counties. We awarded 344 grants, total dollar amount of over $1,040,000. Majority of our grants have a cash or in-kind match that accounts to $78 million, and over $72 million of that is a cash match, real money infused into our economy. We engaged with over 1,667 persons, almost 13,000 artists were engaged, and over 457 pre-K through 12 students were served through our grants and program activities. This slide highlights some of our performance measures. You can see in particular our grant award amounts requested, as well as grant applications received. I think these are key, and frankly, I think these projections are low. When we built them, we were looking at some significant reductions in what we could do from a grant funding status. We just recently launched some artist relief grants through the agency, and we have nearly over 1,000 applications for those. And these are first-time applicants, a number of these. It's incredible need through our states. We see real opportunity as we move forward. The state of Nevada and the National Endowment for the Arts are key components to the funding for the Nevada Arts Council. As a state agency, we receive about 62% of our funding from the state through hotel room tax, general fund, live entertainment tax, and license plate revenue. We are also by statute the sole agency who is able to receive federal funding from the National Endowment for the Arts, and this amounts to approximately 24% for the upcoming biennium. Finally, we also receive about 14% of our revenue from small private contributions and registration fees from some of our program areas. Our enhancement decision units for the biennium are listed here. Our E225, efficiency innovation, for both upcoming fiscal year 22 and 23, the amount of $33,351 of request funds for operating costs for our Las Vegas office. Our E500, adjustments to transfers for fiscal year 22, amount of $33,593. This request replaces a portion of the customary lodging tax receipts with general fund appropriation. And our E710 equipment replacement for fiscal year 21, $9,286 replaces computer hardware and associated software per EAT's recommended replacement schedule. Our focus area of opportunities: in September of 2020, the Arts Council submitted our next 3-year partnership grant to the National Endowment for the Arts. As part of this submission, we submitted our work in progress of our new strategic plan. This plan is based upon a 3-year assessment in the agency, as well as countless meetings with constituents throughout the state. And we've identified 3 areas of focus: arts education, economic vitality, and healthy communities. Some key components of our arts education will be conducting workshops, mentorships, professional development opportunities for artists, teaching artists, school and school district leaders, community leaders, cultural leaders, and other educators. And the area will also focus on improving our educational outcomes of our pre-K through 12 schools through arts education and arts integration programs. From an economic vitality standpoint, we're going to be addressing relief, recovery, and sustainability for artists and arts organizations by creating opportunities, promoting cultural tourism, collaborating with business, developing and supporting creative districts in our urban and rural communities, and promoting cultural awareness and preservation. In our Healthy Communities initiative, we'll be collaborating with healthcare providers and partners to increase and support the understanding, value, and use of the arts in healing, the quality of life initiatives and well-being, and the creative aging of Nevada's residents. Our focus in these 3 areas will position the agency well to serve and lead, to support and sustain as we head into recovery. There is no recovery without creativity. With the state's commitment of public funding for arts and creativity through the Nevada Arts Council, we will continue to be rich in art. Thank you for this opportunity.
you, Director Manfredi. Next is Stacy Montooth, Director of the Nevada Indian Commission.
I'm Stacy Montu, citizen of the Walker River Paiute Nation and the Executive Director of the Nevada Indian Commission. May I get a confirmation that you can hear me okay? Thank you. I'm here today at the beautiful Stewart Indian School campus with the director of the Stewart Indian School Cultural Center and Museum, as well as Bobby Rader, as well as our curator, Chris Ann Gibbons. I was appointed by Governor Sisolak to lead this agency just 14 months ago. Today is my first opportunity to brief or to give testimony to not just a legislative committee, but the budget committee. I understand that this is a gift and I appreciate your time. I'm going to show you a few slides and in the next 9 minutes give you a 10,000-foot overview of not just the Nevada Indian Commission, but the Stewart Indian School Cultural Center as well. The mission of the Nevada Indian Commission, as many of you probably already know, is in a nutshell to improve the lives of the 20,000 tribally enrolled citizens, as well as the additional 50,000 self-identified Native Americans who make Nevada their home. By statute, the Nevada Indian Commission was created in 1965, and again, every day our staff of 2 works to better the lives of all of those Native citizens. We have various methods on how we do that work, and it's important that I just outline a few of these again, and a big picture view. We work every day to strengthen our tribal relationships. We do that by connecting people, whether that is one citizen who needs to find out how or where they register to vote, or whether that is working with a tribal agency such as Health and Human Services to inform them on the best path to have COVID vaccinations. We work hard to promote Indian education throughout the state, not just to improve the success of our Native students, but to provide a comprehensive education about the true history of Native Americans, not just in this state, but in this country. One of our large focuses is, again, to preserve the beautiful Stewart Indian School campus, and that's what we're calling in with you today. And we can do that through encouraging tribal tourism. I believe we have an extremely important critical need in the public purpose of the Nevada Indian Commission. Again, we're the conduit, we're the connection between Governor Sisolak's office and our 27 tribal nations, bands, and colonies, as well as the individual urban Indians. Again, just 15 short months ago, under new leadership, the Nevada Indian Commission has made some extraordinary strides. I want to outline a few of the accomplishments, again, big picture accomplishments by the Nevada Indian Commission. That includes launching a new, much more user-friendly website this year. We've expanded our social media platforms, which during the COVID crisis has really opened up another channel for communications because we're close to the public. It allows two-way communication with some of our constituencies, and we've been able to arrange nation-to-nation meetings with Governor Sisolak for 2 of our tribal nations. more accomplishments, and this was all done in conjunction with the support of your leadership, as well as direction and guidance from former Governor Sandoval, as well as current Governor Sisolak, through AB 264. This is an NRS law that requires collaboration and cooperation between each Nevada agency, department, division, commission, with all of our 27 tribal nations. And on this slide, we've outlined a few of the big milestones that we've had since this legislation was passed in the last session. Another huge undertaking, and very successful, I might add, by the Nevada Indian Commission was the creation of a tribal task force once the global pandemic hit. This task force has been charged with everything food, and the Nevada Indian Commission has served for the point, whether that be to evaluate food needs for our different tribal communities, whether that is to identify vendors, whether that is working directly with not-for-profits, everybody from the Food Bank of Northern Nevada to our own Nevada Department of Agriculture. And I've outlined a few of the successful and important statistics for you on this slide. Two other areas where the Nevada Indian Commission has had a very large impact this last year has been not just the census, but getting out the native vote. We are very proud to say that with the involvement of the Nevada Indian Commission, the census for 2020 was able to contact every single household on tribal land in our state. As everyone has been impacted by COVID, we want to make sure that you all understand that despite the previous ability to hold in-person events, whether those are cultural related or education related, we were able to transition to virtual events. My colleague Tony Manfredi mentioned the Nevada Indian Commission took advantage of one of those 344 grants that they so graciously awarded. We weren't able to have our annual Stewart Father's Day powwow, but we did provide a cultural activity. This Is Why We Dance was a virtual workshop, and not only did it help to energize and to excite citizens and people who hadn't been to our powwow in the past, but it gave a very in-depth drill down about what to expect at our powwows. Our strategic priorities are pretty straightforward. We want to continue to build the government-to-government relationships between our 27 tribal nations, bands, and colonies with all the divisions, all the services that Nevadans enjoy. Those should be extended to our tribal citizens as well. And so we take that responsibility on gladly. For me, the executive director of the Nevada Indian Commission, one of the best ways for me to explain to lawmakers, to explain to stakeholders the importance of serving our 70,000 Native American citizens in Nevada is to use the Stewart Indian School, the story, and now our beautiful cultural center as a platform to give an accurate firsthand account of the real history of the first people of this nation. Now I'd like to take you inside of the jewel of the Stewart Indian School. This is the Stewart Indian School Cultural Center and Museum. We've outlined specific milestones for our amazing cultural center and museum. Many of you know, and we owe you a huge amount of gratitude for your support. We had the 2015 Nevada Legislature approve our funding for a couple of positions, those two positions for the ladies behind me. We have an operating budget, and with $4.5 million allocated, we were able to restore a historic building here on campus, and now it's open to the public. Again, this is an outline of some of the big milestones that were celebrated as our cultural center and museum opened. We had AB 44, which gave us our operating budget. We're here today with our colleagues from Tourism and Cultural Affairs, as our funding is generated with tourism transfers as well as some operating funds for our general fund. It's important that you know that the ballpark $300,000 that we get includes our salaries, our operating costs. We have 3 restored buildings, exhibits, our collections, and let me give you another slide. These are, again, pictures that take you right into the cultural center. It's important to know that our cultural center opened to the public. We just a year ago, we had our first peek at what we were doing on January 13th, 2020. And as you all know, the pandemic came just a short couple months later. But in that just short window of 60 days, we had over 1,200 visitors. So the museum and cultural center have been so well received, not just by the public, but this picture includes some of our most treasured alumni. The mission of the cultural center is to allow our alumni to heal. As you know, the forced assimilation that took place here at the Stewart Indian School, just down the road from our state capitol, most of it involves memories that are extremely harsh. And the Cultural Center gives our alumni and their direct descendants, which I am one, a time to heal. Some more really important statistics and milestones about what we do at our Cultural Center. And again, some amazing pictures of our permanent exhibit. We know that we have not one Paiute, Shoshone, or Washoe person within the state of Nevada who doesn't have a direct tie to the Cultural Center. It's important that our leadership and the public understand the great safety precautions, all the protocols that our staff is taking to ensure that we're able to continue to be open to the public. Because of the pandemic, we had to shut just, again, 2 months after being opened. We endured severe budget cuts, almost $100,000, but thankfully our staff was successful not only writing, but being awarded grants. Again, some through the Nevada Arts Council that allowed us to keep our doors open. So when we talk about the governor's budget recommendation, we want to be sure that you all understand that the amount for fiscal 2020, $293,702. We understand all of the constraints that leaders like you are up against. We believe that that amount is very, very fair, and that level of support will absolutely keep our museum operating. And finally, we just want to talk a little bit about the future of our operations. As you will hear and more today, there's no other state that's been hit harder in its tourism enterprises and industry than the state of Nevada. And for our cultural center, and actually for the Nevada Indian Commission, the dependence on the tourism transfers make life very interesting, to say the least. So in the future, we would love to get to a place where we have 100% of our general funding insured. Our contact with the information is listed below, and I understand you have all received my email, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about our operation at the conclusion of the presentation by my colleague, Brenda Scolari. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Director Montooth. Next is Acting Administrator Friedman of the Nevada Division of Museums and History.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for your time, and it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Myron Friedman. I'm the acting administrator for the Division of Museums and History, which includes 7 museums. And Amanda, and is the PowerPoint up now?
We can't see it. If you could go ahead and just click that green button, share screen in Zoom. And you should be able to select it from one of the files you have open. And if you could go to view on that file up at the top, we can see it now, but go to view up at the top of the file itself and hit full screen. We'd really appreciate it. Full screen mode. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. The Division of Museums and History is your system of museums across the state, 7 in total. We curate collections and we provide curatorial services. We provide exhibitions, education and research services, and we're part of the tourism industry in the state. We provide activities and destinations for visitors and Nevadans alike. We preserve, share, and promote the understanding and celebration of Nevada's natural and cultural heritage, and this is for everybody, of course. We're recognized as the state's trusted stewards and the most engaging storytellers of our state's history and heritage. We're 7 museums in total. We have the Historical Society in Reno, the State Museum in Carson City, the State Railroad Museum in Carson City, home of all of those V&T rolling stock, the Railroad Depot Museum in East Ely, the Lost City Museum in Overton, the State Museum in Las Vegas, and the State Railroad Museum in Boulder City. So we are all across the great state of Nevada. And we're authorized by the NRS in 381. And among the many things we do is to manage our state's collection of historic materials. These objects number in the millions. They include photographs, manuscripts, textile, archival materials, train engines, coin press, Native American materials, you name it. We've got them stored and preserved in our collection areas. There's over 39 buildings on the 7 campuses across the state. And we provide lifelong learning while promoting diversity and civil dialogue through interpretive exhibits and dozens of programs. In 2019, we were on our way. We were hitting our goals of beating past numbers of people attending the museums. 193,000 Nevadans visited museums in 2019, and we were well on our way to topping that number in 2020. We had served 124,000 by the time the museums closed in March, and of course we were shut down by the pandemic. We did reopen in July. By and large, the museums reopened in July as best they could. And July through December, we saw a maximum visitation of 21,000. So you can see that the COVID pandemic and the following fiscal crisis has had a major impact on your state museums. There are several enhancement decision units that you're looking at. These are pretty much standard enhancements for maintaining scheduled computer equipment and some enhancements for the Historical Society, for making sure that they're able to meet the needs of Nevadans who are needing information on collections and again, meeting with Nevadans to collect things for the state archives. The pandemic has had a major impact on your state museums. We've lost over 24 positions out of 79. These are frozen positions. There were also 7 layoffs in that period, and that included some probationary releases. The other impact we've had is from our limited use of volunteers due to COVID. Our volunteer pool is by and large consists of elderly people, and they have not been able to put in the hours they typically have. So it's been a very challenging time at the museums in this past year. We've had to reduce our operating days. These frozen positions, a lot of them were public serving, front facing positions, and they forced us to reduce our operating hours. Also, the staff that we do have needs to meet the challenges of making the museum safe for visitors with COVID mitigation protocols and limiting the amount of people who can come into the museums. All of that has led to reduced operating days at each of the museums. It also meant reduced programming, eliminating or modifying close contact attractions such as train rides. And all of this, of course, contributes to loss of revenue. But typically all the museums have had programs, in-person programs over the years. And one of the innovations that has come out in this past year is using online resources, creating social programs for social media. And we're able to bring the museums into the homes of Nevadans who are all locked down during the pandemic. Many of these programs you can see today if you go to the websites of the various museums. The State Museum in Carson City modified its Curator's Corner program to be a pass-through exhibit program. So visitors come into the museum, they stand online and one at a time pass by the curator who does a short and brief demonstration. So that's been very successful. We've also been videotaping all of these programs and then archiving them on YouTube channels. So these materials are growing and allow us to reach our audiences through the digital media. We have Zoom lectures as well. These are announced well in advance and attended 20 to 40 attendees at some of these Zoom lectures. And this includes virtual field trips hosted by the Nevada State Museum in Las Vegas. And the galleries are open at most of the museums, again, at a 25% capacity. Masks are required, temperature checks, but we have been able to maintain our galleries and allowing Nevadans who are interested in connecting again with their history to come into the museums, again, under carefully controlled circumstances. But this emphasis on social media has really shown the need for us to increase our ability to improve our IT infrastructure and bring in equipment that will allow us to enhance the accessibility of collections and exhibits and harness them for online programs and distance learning. All of the museums are working on distance learning types of programs, but we're not all set up to be able to create that virtual classroom space in the museums at this time. Not able to advance this slide. Some of the challenges ahead are trying to continue our operations while we have this enormously reduced staff problem, the budgets going forward allow for very limited increase, unfreezing of positions and increasing of staff. So most of the museums will continue to operate on a limited basis, ensuring that we're able to create safe spaces for the visitors and use what staff we have as efficiently as possible. And we continue to develop programming that will work under these difficult circumstances. The other major impact has been curbs on collecting. Without the staffing in place, without enough staffing in place, we've had to reduce our collecting efforts. And without volunteers that normally come in to help process, we've had to limit that as well. We're also severely limited by a lack of storage. This is a perennial problem for the museum system. We are really tapped out when it comes to finding storage capacity. There is, of course, a plan in place to build a new curatorial center, and every year we work to advance that project to see that come to reality. That is a summation of our current condition. We're looking forward to moving into this next year with our dedicated and passionate employees at all the museums, doing the best we can to continue to provide Nevadans with this connection to their heritage. Thank you very much, and at the appropriate time, I'll be available for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Myron. I will be presenting for the Division of Tourism, or Travel Nevada. Let me just start with a quick reminder of what our programs do. Travel Nevada creates lodging and visitor spending revenue by raising awareness of Nevada as a destination and engaging with consumers and travel trade professionals. Our marketing and that of our tourism partners, helped by grant funding, makes Nevada communities better places to live and work. The majority of our budget is spent on domestic media campaigns that make trip planners aware of Nevada as a destination, engage them regarding their travel interests, and hopefully turn them into brand ambassadors. We track each step of that journey to gauge success and refine the engagement process. I'd like to show you a few creative examples of the Travel Nevada brand, which currently strives to restore the spirit of freedom in a COVID-weary population. Bear with me while I just transition files here. I'm going to try to show you our broadcast commercial. And here we go.
No shoulds. No musts, no can'ts, no won'ts. This is Nevada, weirdest, wildest west. Here, all roads lead to freedom.
Okay, let me just transition back. Okay, our web presence, print and digital advertising represent the exploration of our urban playgrounds and our 10 distinct road trips. Discover Your Nevada is a recovery campaign in which we engage and inspire Nevada residents to explore their own communities and beyond to help boost Nevada's economy through responsible travel within their home state. Every campaign drives potential visitors to travelnevada.com, where they are served custom content based on location and online behavior. Now, travelnevada.com is in a content management platform that allows timely COVID updates. Post-COVID, we will be closely monitoring international markets for travel sentiment and opportunities, starting with Canada and Mexico. We engage international markets by creating itineraries and resources that extend long-haul stays beyond Vegas and Reno. We participate in sales missions, host familiarization and press tours, as well as partnering with Brand USA to feature Nevada in their global campaigns and resources. Last fiscal year, Travel Nevada's longstanding grant program awarded $1.65 million to 278 tourism partners throughout the state. In FY21, we turned to coronavirus relief funding to help us distribute another $1.65 million to tourism businesses and services so they could produce new marketing assets that address the pandemic. Though our FY20 spending was halted by the pandemic last spring, this pie chart still represents our spending breakdown, with the greatest percentage spent domestically on marketing and PR. This outlines our decision units this biennium, the most dramatic of which is our decreased contract authority to align with a 31% lower lodging tax projection for FY22. If there are any questions, we are happy to answer them at the end of our presentation. As you can see, our FY21 revenue is forecast to be down 49%, which has resulted in layoffs, pay reductions, and a focus on only the most essential programs. Though our FY21 impact can only be projected, we're hoping to make up for losses such as international visitation with increased in-state spending, an expansion of outdoor recreation awareness, and stronger collaboration within the tourism industry. Rural visitation, though not as impacted as our metro centers, has been greatly changed by the inability to hold large events, which are traditionally supported by visitors and residents alike. Our recovery challenges are to help Nevada meet lodging tax projections in a time still hindered by health and economic concerns. Also anxious to get our staff back to previous levels to fulfill a number of immediate marketing challenges and compete with other Western states for visitors. I'm also going to give you an overview of Nevada Magazine. Nevada Magazine is, of course, our department's publishing arm and produces a quarterly publication that everyone knows and loves. It also hosts its 85 years of archives on its website, nevadamagazine.com, and creates additional educational material such as the Ghost Town Map. There we go. Such as the Ghost Town Map and Ghost Town Explorer book, and a yearly rides guide. The magazine is rapidly adapting to provide more digital content and to expand its advertising and subscriber base. They have developed a new business model in which they will engage younger readers and test new advertising sectors. Though COVID has slowed this transition, their sales were greatly assisted by ads purchased with coronavirus relief funding. So that concludes my presentation for tourism. The directors and I are happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you for that presentation, Ms. Villari. Those presentations. I have a handful of questions for all of the different agencies or the different divisions that presented, but I'd like to open it up first to anyone on the committee who might want to ask any questions or make any comments before I dive in. I think Vice Chair Carlton might have had a question.
Mr. Chairman, so if I could go back to Mr. Manfredi's presentation, I'm curious in some of the changes to find out were there any CARES dollars involved, and were any of the nonprofits able to access any of the federal dollars, like through the PPP or other ways that we had money to get to the different nonprofits? Do we have any information on that?
Assemblywoman Carlton, for the record, Tony Manfredi with the Nevada Arts Council. Thank you for the question. And yes, the Nevada Arts Council was a recipient of CARES Act funding, again, because of our connection through the National Endowment for the Arts. The NEA was appropriated a significant amount of funding to get down to state arts agencies. Interesting to note, by statute, the NEA is required to give 40% of their federal appropriation to state arts agencies like the Nevada Arts Council. So we were able to receive a total amount of $442,000 in CARES Act funding that could go out to relief as relief funds to our arts organizations. These are nonprofit arts organizations who qualified for that. We gave out $392,000 of those dollars, and have the remaining $49,700 or so dollars still waiting to be distributed either to the agency or through additional grant funds. So it's significant for the agency to be able to respond so quickly, testament to the NEA in getting this funding out to us. And we were able to actually give out quite a significant amount of grant funds to our arts organizations, and actually had a few new arts organizations who don't typically engage with us be able to receive fundings in this.
Thank you very much. It's always good to paint the full picture. If you look at it just in the budget, it doesn't look that good, but we need to consider all the different components that are there. Mr. Chairman, I just have just a couple more. So the program that arose, the school bus program, which we all support greatly because we all remember being in school. The best thing you could do was go on a field trip. So knowing that because the schools were closed, we weren't allowed to do that, a lot of that money did revert, and I see that there is an appropriation in there. Has there been an analysis done of the money that was used? We'd like to know the money that was used previously before the shutdown, get a real picture of what was actually being done to make sure that if we are able to replenish this, which I really hope we are, that we put the appropriate amount in to make sure that students from across the state have access to this program.
This is Myron Friedman. For the record, I would have to go back and get those numbers for you. We were able to utilize those funds and depended on the community. Las Vegas, for example, had a high usage of the school bus money, and as did the areas around northern Nevada. Some of the outstate areas not quite as much, but I would have to go back and give you those totals.
And I would appreciate it. So as we move forward and before we pick a final number, I just want to make sure that we look at the program as a whole, because at the beginning it took a while to get up and running, and then it was starting to hit its stride, and then the pandemic hit. We're not sure what's going to evolve as far as kids back in schools go right now. So I just want to make sure that we're prepared for it and we have good numbers so that we don't cut some kids out who really want to, in schools that really want to participate in this program. And my final one, Mr. Chairman, if I may. So in the Department of Tourism, the Travel Nevada section, I noticed in there a phrase about closing the Las Vegas office. And I'm just a little concerned because there's pent up demand in Southern Nevada for people to be able to figure out where to go, what to do. Biggest county in the state, and yet we're closing that particular office. So I'd just like to understand the thought process behind that. And is there an alternate plan? Are they going to be with someone else? What is the full story on closing that office?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Our thought process was because the tourism staff in Las Vegas was primarily international market managers, and unfortunately, those were among those laid off, given the lack of international visitation currently. We have no erosion of our attention to Southern Nevada, certainly, especially Clark County. We partner with the LVCVA. The Vice President of Marketing is the chair of our marketing subcommittee. We also have constant interaction with their rural programs manager. And we also have representation in the Las Vegas territory, which is one of our 6 statewide volunteer committees. So we feel like we're in constant communication with the southern part of the state, and certainly when we're allowed to, it's more comfortable doing our own in-state travel, we'll be there in person often.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that, we realize that, we would love to have more Southern Nevadans be able to get out and experience the state, and without the support of that. So as you go more virtual and the word gets out, that's great. But there is a huge pent up demand and people wanting to go find a place to do something outside. So just wanted to make sure we had that conversation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carlton. And we have Senator Dondero Luke has a question.
Maureen, I want to follow up on what Assemblywoman Carlton was discussing. And my question is that if that office is closed, where, yes, we have international travel, but that also brings in quite a bit of our tax money when it resumes. What's the estimated time for it to be reopened? Or will it be reopened? And what were the options? Was there anything else that could have been done instead of closing that office?
Thank you for your question. Part of our consideration in closing the office was the expense of the office space. When it was originally leased, we had twice the number of staff in Las Vegas. And now currently, and have shared that space with Nevada Arts Council staffers as well. So yes, we would absolutely look for office space that was more conducive to collaboration and interaction with tourism partners in Las Vegas. And we would happily reinstate Las Vegas office. I'm sorry, did that answer your question?
Yes, it probably doesn't make me any happier, but I appreciate the situation we're all in, and understand that hard decisions have to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dunn. I have a few questions myself, and the first one's a comment on Ms. Scolari on Travel Nevada, or on your presentation on Travel Nevada. Slides 13 and 14 for me weren't populated in the public view, and I'm not sure if that's just something going on with my side, but if you could try to make sure that those, when you were doing your presentation, I saw the data that was on there, but the public view, I was following along, I didn't see the data, so it might be a technology issue on my side, but those 2 slides didn't have anything. So if you could try to work that out, or at least verify with staff that the public can see those numbers. And then I share the same concern as Chair or Vice Chair Carlton and Senator Dondero Loop about a Las Vegas office. Everyone that presented today this morning is driven by room tax dollars that are for almost almost entirely come from 5 square miles of land in Las Vegas. And when it's time to make cuts because of our visitation, Las Vegas employees and space and across several of these divisions are cut. And so that's, that's obviously concerning. But I have some questions for Mr. Manfredi, and on the economic impact. On slide 3, you had the economic impact, which is significant, of the arts in the state of Nevada. And if you could just briefly kind of talk about where that impact comes from. That's clearly not direct dollars spent. There must be some sort of a multiplier effect there. And I'm just curious where that's a large number.
Sure, Senator Brooks, thank you for the question. Tony Manfredi for the record. That data is the latest data that we have received from the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. It's 2017 data. Interestingly enough, we expect 2018 and mostly 2009, probably 2019 data to actually increase, which is, again, even more significant. But that is an arts and it's a value add of those dollars, and it is a combination of core arts and culture production. About 1.9 billion of that 8.7 billion is core arts and culture production that's happening through the state. But the second part, about 6.6 billion, is the supporting structure that helps support that arts and culture business. So these are the businesses that support it, whether it's printing business or financial business or whatever. It's that wake that happens in any business and in any industry, frankly. And so that's what that value add, that number of value add. And again, significant that it ranks second among companies and sectors in that list that was provided there, just below retail and ahead of construction, transportation, mining, utilities, and educational services.
Thank you, Mr. Manfredi, and I would be interested to see if there's how that's geographically distributed across the state, if that data is available on where those financial impacts are taking place. Again, there's going to be a theme today and for the next 130 days on where the money comes from and where it goes and how it works its way back into the economy. And so, I'm very, very curious on the geographic a dispersion of that money, and then to the flip side of that, the geographic impacts of the money coming back into the state and where that's taking place. And then going to your slide, I believe it's 19, on who's applying for these grants. And again, same issue. We heard that there was a successful application from I believe the Stewart School, and that got that, and I think it's a wonderful use of grant money and a wonderful use of promoting the arts. But I would really like to see the geographic dispersion of those grant applications and how they were awarded. That's some data that I'm going to want to see from you, and keeping in mind that, again, the majority of the funding comes from a very small base in Nevada. And so I want to have some equity in how that's distributed. And also, where is your office and the employee and the majority of the folks that work for the arts?
Thank you, Senator Brooks. Tony Manfredi for the record. I'm absolutely able to provide you some district level data, county level data on arts and culture production in the state. What's really exciting about that data is that there are jobs and arts and creativity and culture jobs in every district throughout the state. So I do have some information on that I'm happy to share and we'll definitely include that in my upcoming presentation in February for the committee to view, and I can get that to you as well in advance. With regards to our grant funding, again, really important for the agency that we disperse our funding as equitable as possible, and also make sure that we're serving our underserved communities and entities. This includes rural, urban areas. This includes socioeconomic areas. What's really exciting about the work that the Arts Council does and our grant work, and I think this is where we particularly shine as an agency, is we are making sure that we get funding out to all corners of the state. Again, in communities large and small, we have a great representation of our arts organizations and entities in Southern Nevada, Las Vegas in particular, Reno, Sparks area, Elko, Fernley, Fallon, Churchill County, Lincoln County, everywhere is where we're distributing our grant funds. I just received some really cool data. Actually, I'm mining through it right now. I'm happy to share that with you and the committee and in future presentations. But it really is kind of getting that disbursement and that equity statement, really looking at how we're distributing some of that based on what we know. We know we can do, we're always striving to do better as an agency and get more people to realize that the Arts Council is here and open for them to receive funding. And we're constantly reworking and tweaking our grants to make sure that we're responsive. And what's been particularly exciting about this challenging time during the pandemic was we are one of the few organizations that you will find in the state who gives operational funding to our nonprofit organizations. For those of you who have had the opportunity to raise funds for a nonprofit organization, finding operational funds is really, really difficult, and that the agency does this is critical to the survivability and sustainability of these organizations. And as I mentioned during the course of my presentation, we were quite responsive. Given what happened to us in fiscal year 21, we had to pivot as fast as we possibly could to realize that a lot of the grant opportunities that we were offering just weren't viable for the industry at a time when things were shut down. So in particular for our artists. And so we were able to pivot as fast as we possibly could to create an artist relief grant program that allows the same idea of this operational funding to sustain our artists who have been unbelievably hard hit by the pandemic. And so as a responsive, and we've seen a tremendous amount of artists in particular from Southern Nevada, again, I think proportionately hit harder because of what's happening there. We've seen some new applicants come in, and it's just really exciting for the agency. We want to make sure that we're funding everywhere we possibly can and equitably as we possibly can. So we'll be sharing much more of that information for sure.
Well, now you know what questions you're going to be asked. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you.
And I also wanted to thank Ms. Montu on the accomplishments that the Indian Commission has made in the last couple of years, and finally we kind of see the Indian Commission and the work that they do kind of elevated to the level that it deserves, and it's just really amazing to see what's going on these last couple of years and all the accomplishments, and hopefully you continue, and hopefully we can support that to the level that it needs and deserves. And my last question is around the museums. I was shocked to see how much visitation the Nevada State Museum in Las Vegas had since it's relatively new, and then even through the pandemic. That's just amazing. That's a beautiful facility right down the street from my house in my district, and it's of the roughly 200,000 visitors we had in museums in the state of Nevada, 60% or more came from Southern Nevada, and a large portion of that came from that one Nevada State Museum in Las Vegas. Just thank you for what you're doing at that museum, and they do an amazing job there. And so just really happy to see that. But again, my same line of questioning, and everyone's going to get tired of it, especially some of my peers that don't live in Southern Nevada. I just want to know what the spending distribution is across the museums geographically, and also, where's your headquarters, and where are all of your employees, and where I would like to draw a line between where the money comes from and where it's spent. So that is probably a much deeper dive for a later time, but just please know that is something I'm going to be incredibly interested in and be prepared to talk about.
Thank you.
That is the end of my question/rant. Any other committee members have any other questions for any of the presenters so far? All right. Well, with that, I thank you very much.
Senator Dennis.
Oh, Senator, please go ahead.
Yeah, just a real quick question, because they alluded to it and talked about it with the museums, actually with any of the things that we just heard. But I know with the state parks, I meant they had that campaign to get Nevadans to come out and visit, and I just want to know how that's working out with the pandemic. I know a lot of folks want to get out and do road trips. Has that been working?
Thank you, Senator Dennis. I will ask my Deputy Director, Emmy Kochak, to answer that question. She's taken the lead on the Discover Your Nevada campaign.
Hello, this is Emmy Kochak for the record. Yes, we've seen a lot of great successes with Discover Your Nevada. And we want to continue that. We are promoting road trips. We're promoting outdoor recreation and also safety in all of those areas. We have seen about a 30% increase on traffic to the site during our Discover Your Nevada campaign for in-state travelers. So we want to continue to build on that as budgets allow, and we think that the Nevadans are a great audience.
So that 30%, is that 30% more than even before the pandemic?
Yes, for visitation to the website. So we're not talking about actual visitors.
Oh.
We're talking about website traffic.
And then what about actual visitation to sites?
Those visitation, like actual visitation of physical people, we don't have that kind of data for Nevadans versus non-Nevadans, but general visitation is down, of course. But we're going to keep monitoring, and our goal is to keep getting Nevadans interested and engaged and educated about what they can do outside around in the state that they might not have noticed before.
I think it's good. I think a lot of people are looking at that, and hopefully that will help us to get our visitations up to all of our state parks and state facilities, because it's close and people are thinking they want to get away. So that's good that I was pleased to see that the campaign, and I've seen some of the stuff out there. So thank you. I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Dennis. Yeah, the Travel Nevada, that website has some of the best content on Nevada that I've ever seen, and it's really introduced me, lifelong resident of Nevada. It's introduced me to some things that I've really enjoyed over the last couple of years. So kudos to whoever's creating that, the team that's creating that content. It is fantastic, and the swag that you have as well is really cool. So thank you. So I think that is it, and I really want to thank Ms. Scolari and everyone else who presented today and answered questions, and all the hard work you do for Nevada. And we'll be talking to you soon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Our next agenda item is the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. And I would like to welcome Director Crowell and ask him to please start your presentation. Sure.
Thank you, Chair Brooks and members of the committee. I just want to make sure that you can hear me right now.
We can.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm going to present to you today the overview of the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources budget, and also included in our presentation are a couple specific topics asked for by your committee today for us to discuss, including our work on climate change, some specific issues under NDP related to mining reclamation, and also an update on the department's various bond programs. So while this packet today is long, I'm not going to go through every page, but I do encourage you all to review the details on the pages as we go forward. So this is just a quick overview of kind of our mission. I won't go through all of it, but it is extensive and covers a pretty broad range of environment, natural resource, cultural, emergency response type activities, outdoor recreation, etc. So we have quite a broad portfolio and jurisdiction here at the department, and we work well together across those programs. In total, there's 8 divisions, 3 programs, and 14 boards and commissions in total that we manage. It makes us we're about the 7th largest agency in the state by total revenue, and we have employees are about 700 or so full-time employees, and close to 1,000 when you count seasonal employees related to fire and parks primarily. These next few slides are just a quick overview of our various divisions and programs. I won't go through all of them, but they are all here for your reference with some high-level facts about what the mission and goals and successes of each of our divisions has been. And these are our 3 programs here, the OHV, Off-Highway Vehicles Program, our Sagebrush Ecosystem Program, which looks to protect sage grouse habitat through mitigation projects and hopefully avoid a listing of that species by having a successful conservation program. And then our Conservation Districts Program, which works with the conservation districts throughout the state. This is a macro overview of our entire budget as recommended for the upcoming biennium. The total biennium total for budget for recommended is just over $292 million, with $77,500,000 comprised of general fund. Over the course of the biennium, the budget proposes the addition of 6 positions at the department. That's a net of 6, and I will go into those positions more as we get through the presentation. As you'll see here, this is a comparison between our last biennium and budget and our upcoming biennium proposal. The overall department funding does increase slightly by just over $7 million, or just under 3%. But our general fund decreases by just over $3 million, about just under 4% decrease in our general fund allocation. This is a breakdown of all of our divisions' budgets compared from last biennium to this biennium. You'll see that there's no significant general fund increases here, with the exception of one program proposed under the Division of Natural Heritage, which I will talk about on a later slide. But otherwise, we will be trying to manage a increasing workload with not necessarily correspondingly increasing budgets, but we'll do what we can. I'm glad to see that the Division of Outdoor Recreation does not have any proposed cuts or delays in hiring, so that they can really start to get going as our newest division within the department. New initiatives or fee increases as proposed in the upcoming biennium. There's a few worth noting for the committee. The Division of Environmental Protection is looking to add a Environmental Scientist 3. This would be in our air program to support the significantly increasing workload that the Air Bureau has related to working on climate change topics, and specifically updating our annual greenhouse gas emissions inventory with as new and contemporary and state-specific data as possible. We have in the budget proposed for the Division of Natural Heritage is $200,000 from the general fund for activities related to our Nevada Climate Initiative. And I'll talk more about this as well, but this is specifically for improved data collection and analysis of Nevada ecosystems, and how they either sequester or emit carbon, and also categorizing and inventorying our wetlands across Nevada, which has not been done. And they're important to understand where our wetlands are, the status, because they provide essential ecosystem services, and an indicator of the broader health of the ecosystem is the condition of our wetlands. In state parks, we are in the process of adopting a temporary regulation to increase user fees for out-of-state users. This is similar to what other states have done in our region to offset either revenue declines or, and so we're doing that as well, both for our annual permits as well as our daily permits for out-of-state visitors. And our hope is that the revenue generated from those fee increases over time will make up for the cuts in general fund and other budget revenue, given our current economic situation. That is proposed as a temporary regulation initially, which would, if once finalized, it would be in place through November of this year. It is our intention, unless the situation changes dramatically, to move to make that a permanent increase going forward. The specific to enhancements that are funded through the general fund, they're listed here. I spoke about the $200,000 for the Division of Natural Heritage to do improved data analysis and collection of Nevada ecosystems. There's a one-shot appropriation proposed for the Division of Forestry to do deferred maintenance, which is essential at so many of their facilities. And I'll talk a little bit more about the challenges forestry has currently and going forward. In terms of supplemental appropriations for the department as proposed in the upcoming budget, there's $10 million proposed for the Division of Forestry for fire suppression. And just to be clear, this is funding intended to cover costs already incurred that the bills have not yet been received. So it's not $10 million to cover things that are going to happen in the future, because it is inevitable that we will have more fire activity, but it's to cover costs that have already been incurred, but the bills haven't yet been adjudicated and come in. I will say that it's there's a fair chance that the outstanding bills for the Division of Forestry from their various activities, fighting fire and doing rehabilitation with other agencies, will probably not reach 10 million, knock on wood. And if that's the case, I would hope that we could maybe redirect some of that funding into other life and safety type funding opportunities, like improved fire equipment and PPE and things like that for our firefighters. And then we have one supplemental appropriation request for a payout for a longtime employee in the director's office who will be retiring this spring. This slide gives an overview of our positions that we're either adding or transferring in the upcoming biennium. None of the positions we are proposing to add are supported through general fund. They're all supported through other revenues. We are transferring a couple positions within the historic preservation to the director's office. We're moving a project analyst and the outdoor recreation education grant program to the Division of Outdoor Recreation. No cost with that. And forestry is going to transfer and reclassify a few of their employees. That will actually result in a net general fund savings of just about over $16,000. So total new positions, 6, none of which are general fund, and total position transfers equal 3, and also a net general fund savings of just a bit over $16,000. We've been able to get savings for the upcoming biennium through a number of mechanisms, including delaying or eliminating positions. For the department as a whole, we have 19 FTEs that are all supported through the general fund that will be, that their hiring will be delayed until January 2023. I think there's one of the 19 positions I think is delayed till December of 22, but all fairly far out, and some of which will have some impacts. And in particular, I want to draw attention to the delay of the director's office position for a management analyst 3. This position is intended to run the conservation, the renewed conservation bond program, establish the regulations for that bond money to be given out and as grants. Jim Lawrence, our deputy director, is going to talk more about all of our bond programs, but specifically the conservation bond program will be difficult to implement without that position. So we're going to be having to get creative there. Water resources, I also want to call out. These are, at some level, these positions that are being delayed are rank and file, but they're important because the backlog of work and the increasing growing workload at Division of Water Resources is significant, and any position delays will further increase that backlog. But again, we will do as much as we can with what we have, but things will slow down a little bit in certain respects at the Division of Water Resources given staff constraints. This slide here is an overview of our major general fund reductions as proposed for the upcoming biennium. As I mentioned previously, in state parks, those reductions are hoped to be offset with increased fees for out-of-state visitors. In water resources, we are going to use basin fees to help support positions, existing positions, 10 of them on hopefully a temporary basis, using those fees going forward. But without those positions, the service to those water basins will be further constrained. And then for forestry, a number of budget reductions that have been proposed. I will say that this is, Nevada got really lucky this last fire season compared to other neighbors in the West with fire activity. I don't suspect that's going to continue going forward, particularly if drought starts to take hold, which seems possible despite the weather in Vegas and up north these past few days. But if we have more fire activity going forward, the reductions to the fire replacement order in particular could become an issue, as that's the equipment that we use to fight fire and keep our firefighters safe. Rounding out our general fund reductions in these other last 3 programs, I'll mention here the Sagebrush Ecosystem Program, which manages our conservation credit system to preserve sagebrush habitat. The contract authority has been reduced by $100,000, and we would hope to get that restored, potentially given the importance of the sage-grouse team being able to be out on the ground, monitoring existing projects, getting new projects negotiated, and fulfilling the mission of that program. But as you'll see our total reductions in each of the proposed upcoming fiscal years, as well as the total for the biennium of $3.85 million. Those reductions related to positions, as you'll see at the very bottom, is $1.2 million, and total general fund of $3.8. All told, our proposed budget for the upcoming biennium has a total of $5.084 million in general fund reductions. These are the 3 specific areas that the committee has asked us to speak about today. I will cover the Nevada Climate Initiative and then turn it over to Greg Lovato, our administrator of the Division of Environmental Protection, to go over the Anaconda Copper Mine, and then to my deputy director, Jim Lawrence, to discuss the department's bond programs. So the work that we do on climate here at the department, as well as with our executive branch partners, is under the umbrella of the newly established Nevada Climate Initiative, which we've established a website for and is the clearinghouse for our climate work across the executive branch with respect to all the various jurisdictions and missions of those various agencies. Our work on the climate initiative has rooted in 4 key elements. One is Governor Sisolak's executive order from November of 2019, which set forward the executive branch coordination and goals for addressing climate change in Nevada, as well as reaffirming the commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions across our economy in Nevada by an amount consistent with what science calls for, what the Paris Climate Accords call for, as well as what state legislation would pass calls for. The second key pillar here is Nevada's membership in the U.S. Climate Alliance, which we joined in 2019 as well. It currently stands at 25 bipartisan states, all of which have committed to reaching the greenhouse gas reductions called for in the Paris Climate Accords. I'll go out of order here for a second and jump down to number 4 because it relates specifically to the goals we've set here in Nevada for reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, and that's pursuant to SB 254 from the previous legislative session that Chair Brooks was the sponsor of, and puts in statute the goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions across the board in Nevada, 28% by 2025, 45% by 2030, and net zero by 2050. And this is based on 2005 greenhouse gas levels, and I'll talk more about that. And then moving back under number 3 is our renewable portfolio standard that was recently increased, as all of you know, in the 2019 session of 50% renewable energy in the electricity sector by 2030. And that is one major driver of reducing greenhouse gas emissions in Nevada. One of the key deliverables under the governor's executive order and the Nevada Climate Initiative is the development of a state climate strategy. This was finished and delivered to the governor pursuant to his executive order on December 1st. You'll see a website for the link there. I encourage you all to read it. This is intended as the strategy is intended to be a framework or roadmap for policymakers like yourselves, as well as those in the executive branch at this local level, at the county and city level, to come up with policies and programs that make sense for Nevada in order to achieve our greenhouse gas reduction goals and enhance our climate resilience across the state. The strategy is something we hope to engage with you on. Many of you have talked to about it already, but hope to engage with you further on as individual lawmakers or as committees to really delve into the details of what kinds of programs and policies could work best for Nevada and are reflective of where our greatest need is in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and pollution in Nevada. A few of our accomplishments, we've got lots of work to do, but we do have some accomplishments under our belt to date addressing climate change in Nevada. We were fortunate in late 2019, early 2020 to create a position for a state climate policy coordinator, which is a position that hadn't existed previously and is just currently funded through a partnership with NSHE and in conjunction with a grant from the Climate Alliance for 2 years. So if this is a position that makes sense for Nevada to continue to have, we'll need to find additional outside funding or other funding to support it going forward. But one of the main roles of the state climate policy coordinator was to put the climate strategy together to set up a framework for working with stakeholders across the state on the various topics within climate change that need to be addressed. We are pursuing what we call the Clean Cars Nevada initiative. This is led by our Division of Environmental Protection. This is a regulatory effort underway to increase the availability of low and zero emission passenger vehicles in Nevada for Nevada consumers so that there's more consumer choice at the lot for low emission vehicles. This is important because the greatest source of greenhouse gas emissions in Nevada currently, as of 2015, and has been growing year over year, is from the transportation sector. The transportation sector overtook the electricity generation sector in 2015, and one continues to go down, electricity sector emissions, and one is going slightly up, and that's vehicle emissions. And so we need to carefully target how we're going to look to limit emissions from vehicles. Another effort that we've implemented that's been successful was putting to use funds from the VW settlement. Nevada received just over 24 million, I think, overall, some of which went to the Governor's Office of Energy for the electric highway project program. And then 10 million was used, has currently been used by the Division of Environmental Protection to support replacement of old diesel school buses, transit buses, as well as we worked with the airport in Las Vegas and Reno to help swap out ground support equipment that was using fossil fuels and make them electric, which is good for climate as well as good for public health and ground level ozone and things of that nature. So that's been a very successful program. Obviously, if there was more money from that settlement, we would do more, but it's starting in the right direction. Two more accomplishments to date under our climate work. The Nevada Electric Highways continue to expand. This effort is led by the Governor's Office of Energy. The full completion for the corridors of I-80, 50, US 95, and US 93 should happen this year. And expansion of electric vehicle charging along I-15 is the next phase. Similarly, the Governor's Office of Energy led an effort to approve updated light bulb efficiency standards, which seems like it's small, but it's the small things that add up to make a big difference. The more efficient light bulbs result in significant efficiency and lessening of emissions, and also save consumers an average rate of $1 per year. This is a graph from the most recent Division of Environmental Protection greenhouse gas inventory and projection. And I want to talk about this for a second so everyone can kind of see where we are and where we're going. The red lines you see there are emissions targets, and we've got a ways to go to get there. The orangish line, as you'll see, is electricity generation. It's the only one on this slide that is continuing to go down, and that's credit to the Renewable Portfolio Standard, which is working exactly as it's intended, and cleaning up our supply of electricity generation and building out new transmission. The other categories are either flat or increasing. Specifically, as I mentioned before, transportation emissions continue to increase. That's from passenger vehicles as well as medium, and heavy duty trucks, as well as aviation related greenhouse gas emissions, which are significant and growing. The industrial sector, as referenced there in yellow, this area is also growing significantly going forward, and it is largely related to the use of HFCs in heating and cooling, hydrofluorocarbons. And unless we can institute more stringent building efficiency standards and find replacements for those HFCs, that sector will continue to grow, especially as our economy returns and grows, both in terms of new businesses coming to Nevada as well as visitors. This graph kind of articulates what was on the previous chart. And what I want to point out here is the difference in where the current inventory says what we're going to achieve by 2025 and 2030. Right now, the inventory and projection is estimating a 24% reduction in 2025, which is a couple percentage short of the 28% level called for in SB 254, as well as called for in the governor's executive order and as a member of the U.S. Climate Alliance. I have some optimism that maybe we can still meet the 2025 goal, depending on a couple different things. 2030, though, is a much bigger concern in my mind. Right now, we're only projected to have reduced emissions by 27%, and our goal is to get to 45%. And it's hard to believe that it's 2021 now. So we've got significant work to do if we hope to get our emissions reduced by 45% by 2030. And as I said, as I referenced previously, the significant driver there is going to be in having cleaner transportation options and cleaner options for industrial processes and HFCs. So those are the big ones that need to be tackled if we're going to meet our 2025 and 2030 goals. In terms of the upcoming budget and new programs or funding for directly related to our climate work, there's a few things to note, not a ton. I'll go through them and talk a little bit about different areas that perhaps need more attention. The first one is the Wetlands Protection and Greenhouse Gas Sequestration Program for the Nevada Division of Natural Heritage. Again, this is going to be important in getting much more extensive data and analysis of Nevada's ecosystem and landscapes. There's just not good data out there right now that's specific to sagebrush ecosystems and rangelands. A lot of it is more specific to heavily forested states or heavy agricultural states. And so we really need to get a better handle on how our natural landscapes are working for or against us in our effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The second enhancement proposal is related to the new position in the Division of Environmental Protection Air Bureau to help with the inventory reports in years going forward, as well as the Clean Cars Initiative, et cetera. I'm excited to have one more position, but I could truly use many more if we want to really dig in and get to our goals. But it's difficult in these challenging budget times, obviously. I will now turn it over to Greg Lovato to talk about our Anaconda mining and some other NDEP issues.
Thank you, Director Kroll. For the record, good morning. Greg Lovato, NDEP Administrator. So as requested, today I'll provide a brief overview of the Anaconda copper mine site and two other environmental cleanup projects that are significant managed by NDEP. At the Anaconda copper mine site in Lyon County, NDEP continues to address short-term priorities in the field while making progress on the overall phased investigation and cleanup. The project is proceeding on schedule and in compliance with the terms of the February 2018 agreement with the US EPA and the companion administrative order on consent with the Atlantic Richfield Company. Some key points I'll cover today include coordination with tribes, construction updates on the remedy for the Aramitco orphan share of the site, status of groundwater investigation and future milestones, and also community outreach. Starting with tribal coordination. In 2020, NDEP reached funding agreements with both the Yarrington and Walker River Paiute tribes, providing these tribes with access to resources for technical assistance in reviewing site technical work plans and reports. This funding should replace funding that the tribes previously received from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency when the site was under EPA lead. NDEP will continue communicating with US EPA and both tribes on an overall memorandum of understanding for the project, and those are currently being reviewed by EPA. Together with the department, NDEP will be engaged with review and comment on the forthcoming policy from the Nevada Indian Commission, promoting collaboration between state agencies and Nevada Indian tribes, which was required as a part of AB 264 from the 2019 legislative session. Moving to construction updates, work started on schedule in 2019 to complete the solution jointly selected in 2017 by NDEP, EPA, and BLM for the Arametco heap leach pads, shown here in yellow. This area of the site was identified in 2015 as one of the key drivers for listing the site on the EPA National Priorities List to gain potential access to federal funds due to lack of a viable potential responsible party for this portion of the site. The next step in construction to actually cover the heaps is anticipated to start by June of this year and be completed by 2023. Atlantic Richfield is currently contracting for this work and expects to provide incentives for local and tribal employment, as well as work with EPA Superfund Job Training Initiative to ready the workforce. Nevada has a 7.8% cost share for this part of the cleanup, also known as Phase 1. We have incurred $800,000 to date in design and construction costs, and we expect the cost to the state through closure to be between 2.3 and 3.1 million. NDEP accesses funds from disposal fees at the U.S. Ecology site near Beatty, Nevada to pay for this work. With the Arametco portion of the site being Phase 1 of the cleanup, NDEP has been overseeing investigation and analysis work necessary to address Phase 2, shown here in blue. These are the northern site areas and groundwater, and Phase 3, the southern site areas and the pit lake. In 2020, NDEP approved the final groundwater investigation report based on extensive and detailed analysis of all available and relevant hydrogeologic and geochemical data using sound and defensible science. In terms of community outreach, in 2018, NDEP prepared a community involvement and participation plan and has engaged in targeted communications and meetings, and now virtually, to review the status of construction, groundwater investigation, the previous bottled water program, and a program to address arsenic and uranium in private wells outside the area affected by mine releases. Upcoming meetings will be focused on construction updates and completion of the groundwater risk assessment. Upon completion of the groundwater investigation, NDEP communicated with residents and the Arrington Paiute Tribe to phase out the bottled water program originally started in 2004. For those with private wells, NDEP offered reverse osmosis systems free of charge to 25 individual homeowners under agreement for Atlantic Richfield to reimburse NDEP. Between September and December 2020, NDEP completed installation at all 14 homes where residents requested the systems and retested the water within a few days after installation, finding all treated water meets drinking water standards. Looking ahead, NDEP forecasts completing these project milestones on schedule as we work towards final cleanup decisions for the rest of the site. Note that based on our current projections, NDEP expects that the first phase of the project will be completed in 2023, ahead of the 2024 target included in the agreement with EPA. Over the next biennium, here are the projected state expenditures for the project, including both the state cost share of the Arametco portion, as well as costs reimbursed by Atlantic Richfield for NDEP staff, contractor, and tribal technical assistance agreements. These next two slides speak to the value and predictability of the cleanup proceeding under state oversight, and that we have demonstrated our ability to move the project forward under the timeline projected. It's important to note that we do keep an updated website that basically gives a 3-month back and a three-month look ahead so that people can track what's happening at the site. We will supplement that with fact sheets as needed. So this site is draws from recent headlines that have been published related to the status of Superfund funding across the country. It's important to note that the listing the site on the National Priorities List would have made the site eligible, but would not guarantee timely federal funding for the Arametco share of the site. You can see here that the federal government continues to underfund construction in the Superfund program nationwide, with 34 sites ready for remedy construction in 2019, unable to proceed due to lack of adequate federal funding. This has been a chronic problem in the Superfund program, and since 1995, when the federal Superfund tax on chemical industries lapsed. Thankfully, the state has been able to secure funding through agreement with Atlantic Richfield to address the Arametco share of the Anaconda site, with total cleanup costs for that portion previously estimated at between 30 and 50 million. So moving on to a few other significant cleanup projects. We show here a group of projects managed by our Bureau of Industrial Site Cleanup located in our Las Vegas office. This aerial is looking northeast towards Lake Las Vegas in the upper right corner, basically from the I-215, I-11 interchange in Henderson. Some of you may recall in the 2015 session, Nevada became the beneficiary of a $1.1 billion trust to address past releases of hazardous substances from the former Kerr-McGee-Tronox facility that have affected soil, groundwater, and surface water. During the coming biennium, NDEP expects that all environmental investigations and accompanying human health and ecological risk assessments, as well as engineering feasibility studies to review and rank potential cleanup technologies, will be completed for both the original plant site and all offsite areas. At the former BMI common area shown here in green, NDEP also expects that groundwater engineering feasibility studies and selection of a final remedy for the responsible party to implement will be completed. If you follow Lake Mead Parkway here on the right side of this picture up towards Lake Las Vegas, just to the east of Lake Mead Parkway is our next site. This is the former Three Kids mine site, a former manganese mine on over 900 acres of public lands overseen by the Bureau of Land Management. This site is the subject of the federal Three Kids Mine Remediation and Reclamation Act, signed into law by President Obama in 2014. Upon development of a cleanup plan under state oversight, a mine remediation and reclamation agreement with provision of secured funding for cleanup under state oversight, the act requires BLM to convey the land to the City of Henderson Redevelopment Agency. We understand the prospective site developer has recently secured funding to proceed with investigation and development of a final cleanup plan, and we are currently working with them on a schedule for completing work during the coming biennium. NDEP will be coordinating closely with the City of Henderson and its redevelopment agency to guide this project, and we'll also be reviewing the project timelines and requirements of the BLM, as well as developing a community involvement plan. Now with that, I'll conclude my portion and turn the next part over to Deputy Director Jim Lawrence.
Switch. All right, thanks, Greg, and thanks, Director Kroll. Good morning, committee. Good morning, Chair Brooks, Vice Chair Carlton, and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about our 4 bond programs. These are bond programs that have been added to our statutes over the years that have been identified as having critical components to protect our water, air, natural resources, and cultural and historic resources. They've been added to the statute since 1991, and I'll go through these in a little bit more detail. None of these have dedicated funding sources. So these are in the mix of general obligation bonds. We are in the CIP mix for projects funded to state public works, for state buildings, state maintenance, et cetera. But these are kind of unique from those types of projects in that many of these projects are not on state-owned land. They cross land ownerships. They can be on private land. They can be on land held by nonprofit organizations. Sometimes it's on federal lands. So it makes some of the delivery a little bit challenging. And in addition, almost all of these programs have a robust matching component. So at the end of the day, every single dollar is used to the maximum benefit, and every dollar is accounted for. So the 4 programs I'm going to go over real quickly is the Water Infrastructure Grant Program. That legislative authority was established in '91. The cap on that is different than our other programs in that the statute says that the aggregate cannot exceed $125 million at one time. And it is administered by our Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. The next program that was added to the department is what's called the Commission for Cultural Center and Historic Preservation Grants. This is administered by our Nevada State Historic Preservation Office. And the legislative authority for that program was established in 1993. The third program is what's called the Lake Tahoe Environmental Improvement Program. That legislative authority was established in 1999. That was on the heels of the presidential summit that was held in 1998. And the statutory authority was reaffirmed in 2009. And the authority for that amount is $100 million over the life of the program for the next 10 years. At this point in time, about 16.5 million in bonds have been sold. So we have a remaining authority of about 83 million in that program. And then the last program I'll talk about is the Conservation Bond Program. That was recently passed this last legislative session, Assembly Bill 84. It is a continuation or the next generation of the successful Q1 bond program, which was established in 2001. The legislative authority for this conservation bond program is $217.5 million, $200 million in new money, $17.5 million of remaining authority from the Q1 program. And it's administered in the director's office here at NDCNR, but the projects are implemented by multiple stakeholders. So I'm going to go a little bit more detail on each of these programs. The first one is the Nevada Water Infrastructure Grant Program. It is, the grants are awarded by the Board for Financing Water Projects. They review the applications and then we'll make the funding allocations and the grant amounts to public entities. The purpose of this program is really to address drinking water deficiencies. So what I mean by that is really to meet either federal or state standards regarding drinking water. So these are grants to help bring these public water systems back into compliance. Also, there's a component for groundwater protection as well as basically just water storage and water conservation. So the last, or our current biennium, we were allocated $3 million in funding for this program. And you can see the list of the 4 projects that were funded. In the FY 21-23 governor budget, it's recommended for $8 million. Those $8 million in projects are identified as the highest priority projects across the state. And those would include projects in Moapa Valley, McGill, Nye County, Lyon County, Golconda, and then down at the Big Bend Water District again. We try to include photos of these projects, but I'll have to say water projects and stormwater projects aren't the most photogenic. So what you're really seeing are storage facilities and treatment facilities that are basically necessary to protect our drinking water. The next program I'll talk briefly about is the Commission for Cultural Centers and Historic Preservation Grant Program. That is, those grants are awarded by the Commission, but then administered by the Nevada State Historic Preservation Office. And generally speaking, these grants are used, like the slide says, to preserve and protect our historic buildings, structures, and our archaeological and cultural sites. In the current biennium, we're allocated $3 million for this program. Those dollars went to 25 different projects. So those grants were just awarded, and the expenditures of those are to be expected within the next 2 to 3 years. Some sample projects I kind of want to point out is, one is the El Rancho Hotel, which is actually in Wells. So there's a mistake on the slide there. In the El Rancho Hotel, you can see a before and after with the bottom 2 pictures. The middle picture is a before. You can see the damaged roof. The building basically cannot be used. A lot of this damage was a result of the 2008 earthquake. Our grants and other grants went to basically the restoration of that hotel in Wells, which is now going to be used as a community center, and it's going to be repurposed as a business incubator. So these projects don't just protect the historic resources, but they provide a place for people to meet and enjoy the property. The other slide I have there is the La Concha, which was a grant to the Neon Museum, which is the visitor center there for the Neon Museum. And they had extensive water damage, so we gave a grant for the water damage remediation. The FY 21-23 governor rec budget is for $4 million for the biennium. And those projects will be very similar to the projects that have been awarded in the past. Again, to preserve and protect our historic buildings, sometimes get them so that they can be repurposed and used by the public. The third program is Lake Tahoe Environmental Improvement Program. I think many of the committee members are familiar with that. The Lake Tahoe EIP is a commitment between the 2 states, Nevada and California, the federal government, local governments, and the private sector, basically to restore and enhance the Lake Tahoe environment. The FY 19 and 21 budget included $8 million in bonds. Those bonds were not sold because there's currently $6.4 million in existing funding. But however, at this point in time, the 6.4 million is currently all obligated to mostly two projects. One is at Spooner Lake for the Sustainable Recreation Project up at the south end of SR 28, and the other is for a water quality project in Incline Village. Yeah, I want to say for the last biennium, a couple of highlights I do want to talk about is one is a Spooner Summit Landscape Forest Health Project. That basically is a forest health project that restored about 300 acres up in the Lake Tahoe environment at Spooner Lake. These are difficult projects at this point in time. The forest health projects, because of limited access into the backcountry, we had to use helicopters to get the timber out. And it was a very successful project and was awarded the best in the basin in the Lake Tahoe. Second project highlight for the Lake Tahoe EIP was Douglas County Kell Drive Water Quality Project. These water quality projects are to meet the state's TMDL, total maximum daily load, requirements. And that program is administered by our Division of Environmental Protection. And I do want to highlight that the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, to celebrate their 50-year anniversary, they picked out entities or individuals that have basically shown the spirit of Lake Tahoe. And the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection was awarded that for the development of the TMDL program. So in this budget, the governor recommended is $12 million. That is $8 million that was not sold in this current biennium, as well as $4 million in bond authority, which was recommended by the Lake Tahoe Interim Committee, and that's BDRS 366. Those dollars will go again to water quality improvement projects in Douglas County and Washoe County, continued forest health and reduction of the risk of catastrophic wildfire, aquatic invasive species, and then continued work on the sustainable recreation work along SR 28 and the Spooner Park country. And then lastly, all of these projects, we have to do wildlife inventories to make sure that the projects we are doing are beneficial across multiple types of jurisdictions and making sure that we're protecting our wildlife and our water resources as we do these projects. And then lastly, I'll touch on the Conservation Recreation Bond Program, again, AB 84. And that was last legislative session 2019. Again, that was an authority for $217.5 million, $200 million new and $17.5 million remaining from Q1. Also in the 2019 legislative session, we were recommended for funding for a program manager, basically to develop the regulations and procedures required by the law in order to basically fund these different projects. However, due to necessary budget reductions as a result of COVID, we have not hired that position, and the current budget recommends hiring January 2023. That does create challenges for that. We don't have a person that can manage this program, so it's one of those duties that we're picking up in order to kind of keep making sure it moves forward, but we could certainly be more expeditious if we have the position. The budget for this program is $20 million. That's in the governor's recommended budget. What's interesting is the legislation in AB 84 has 7 direct allocations for places like state parks, wildlife, Springs Preserve, Wetlands Park, and 8 allocations for grants. The legislation requires regulations for the grant portion, but not necessarily for the direct allocation portion. And I bring that up because with the delay in hiring, we want to be as expeditious as possible with this $20 million. So we will be looking at identifying those projects that can expend the funds in the next 3 years. We'll provide the most benefit, but like all of our programs, we'll be looking for how do we leverage these dollars in order to get the maximum benefit to the people of Nevada and make sure that our dollars go as far as they can. And with that, that was a very quick overview, and I'll pass it over to Director Pearl, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Director Lawrence. Chair Brooks, we're happy to answer any questions you or your committee members have.
Thank you, Director Crowell. That's a lot of information, and DNR does a lot of different things, and to try to fit all that information into a presentation for us in that short period of time is pretty difficult. So I appreciate that. We do have a number of members of the subcommittee that would like to ask questions. And I'll start off with Assemblyman Watts, please.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Crowell, for the presentation. I appreciate that you highlighted some of the impacts to conservation bonds and management of water resources in the proposed budget. And I also really appreciate the presentation and overview you gave about the climate strategy and the specific items that are included in the proposed budget to address it, including improving the greenhouse gas inventory and wetlands restoration and carbon sequestration. I was just wondering, is there anything else in the budget that advances the climate strategy? And are there any additional budget reductions that impact the department's ability to move forward in the advancement of that strategy?
Thank you for the question. Assemblyman Watts, Brad Kroll for the record. Within the DCNR budget, there's no other additional funding for anything that's specific to climate. That being said, we work every day to integrate our climate objectives into all that we do. But compared to other Western states, and certainly compared to other U.S. Climate Alliance states, we have perhaps the smallest team available compared to our other states, even those of similar size like New Mexico and Colorado. I can't speak perfectly to the rest of the governor's budget proposal, but I'm not aware of anything additional in there in terms of resources that will help us get to our goals. But I also know it's a fluid conversation given budget dynamics, and but it would be our hope that we could, ultimately mirror what the new federal administration is doing by integrating climate into the entire federal executive branch. We should be doing that at Nevada as well, so that particularly if there's any stimulus type funding that comes to the states, we'll be ready to implement that, be it working with external entities or helping just green state government in Nevada. There's a whole host of things we could do. Hope that answers your question.
Quick follow-up. That does. Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I appreciate the context about the size of the state's climate team compared to others and the importance of trying to integrate this work throughout state government and the potential federal opportunities. That led me to my follow-up question, which is, will the additional support for the climate inventory, the staffing support, help calculate the impact of the latest COVID relief bill? I know that included some climate provisions, including potential EPA action on phasing out the use of HFCs, and want to make sure that as the state and the federal government are hopefully continuing to move forward and take action in this area, that we can accurately account for it in our greenhouse gas inventories.
Thank you for the question. It's a great one, given our the interesting times we're living now. I'm going to let Administrator Lovato answer that specifically. Greg, go ahead.
Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Greg Lovato for the record. So the way that the emissions of hydrofluorocarbons are calculated in the Nevada inventory is somewhat of an artifact of the EPA state inventory tool, which apportions emissions of HFCs to states based on their population. So, and then there's also been some recent litigation related to rules previous, and so we're still trying to. We have a band of uncertainty there. When we just did our most recent HFC inventory, we picked a specific basis for the projections. We weren't able to account for the recent COVID relief bill, but we will definitely be tracking, how that will affect nationwide projections apportioned to Nevada, as I mentioned earlier. And we also intend to enhance our ability to understand through additional data collection, potentially regulation, as a part of a bill draft request that's associated with that specific position, to understand what the Nevada emissions of HFCs are. We suspect that being a relatively warm state, that we may emit a different or higher proportion of HFCs per capita than other parts of the country due to more extensive use of refrigeration in the state. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you for the additional information. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Assemblyman Watts. Next up, we have a question from Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask a question. I actually have a number of questions. If I might, I'd like to start with slide number 9 on the OHV revenue. It looked like you're projecting that we have a significant decrease in revenue from the OHV registration, and I'm wondering why you think that is, as we've heard on multiple testimonies, folks are anxious to get outside, and so I don't see that revenue going down, and that was slide number 9.
Yeah.
Let me get this slide
Sure.
number back.
Assemblywoman Titus, thank you for the question. I'm gonna have my fiscal officer, Kelly Williams, answer that question. And this is projection based on new fees for new registration. And I would suspect it was going up as well. But Kelly, do you have any more to offer?
Yeah, do you want me to?
Yeah, please do it.
Where do you guys want me to sit?
Let's go.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Kelly Williams, Chief Fiscal Officer for the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. And I think maybe slide 9 might not be showing you the full picture because we actually are, and for the OHV program, we're projecting to have revenue levels similar to those that we've collected during the previous biennium, with actually a little bit of an increase. I think what slide 9 is showing you that the revenue is looking like it's decreasing, but that's only because we are using up reserves that have been sitting in the account since prior to the program being brought under the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. And so using up those reserves on grant projects, getting those dollars out onto the ground for the people that pay those registrations to start realizing. So we're trying to, with our grant program, use up those reserves. And so you're going to see a decrease over time with those reserves. Our goal is to get to the point where we can support the program operations, but really have a robust grant program that we can show those OHV users, that we are putting their dollars to good use. So I believe that is why we're seeing it.
Great, and thank you. Just so you know that when we come down to the subcommittee hearings and we break that down, I'd really like to see a slide, a more accurate slide, because on your slide, it doesn't show you what your balance is and what you're then going to dispense to the OHV programs. It shows that you're having decrease in revenue. That's different than increase in income and increase in expenditure. So perhaps, when we get down to the subcommittees, we can see a little bit more accurate slide. Next question is on slide number 10, actually, and we're talking about increasing fees to get to the parks. As we know, we've heard in earlier testimony and comments from members that there's folks who are really wanting to get outside, folks really want to access our state parks. We're looking at the Department of Tourism to get folks out there. And I'm just wondering, with these increasing fees, what are they going to be used for? Number 2, in the same question, really, we've talked in the many sessions past that we're going to have kiosks and when we get to our state parks so that folks can pay their fees and keep that a little bit more, actually getting the revenue that we are due, making sure that folks can get there. So when we get to subcommittee, or maybe you can address this now, are you looking at using some of that fee increase to actually have more ability to collect fees and informing more kiosks where we have these parks?
Someone tries to thank you for the question, Brett Kroll, for the record. So first and foremost, the fees are intended to make up for the general fund reductions that are proposed in the budget. And so presuming the fees are able to do that, it will just allow us to continue at the previous budget level and pace of work we're doing, which includes all of those things you mentioned on a as aggressive a schedule as our money will allow. We are trying to do self-pay kiosks at a number of parks. We also have significant deferred maintenance issues to keep up with. And to be pretty honest, the challenge of managing state parks during COVID has been a blessing and a curse. We've experienced high visitation at a number of our parks and decreases in other of our parks. But overall, we're seeing more interest in visitation to our state park system. But managing it in a COVID context of from protective equipment for our employees to making sure that visitors are being safe when there's restrictions on the occupancy level for campgrounds or beaches or things like that. It all takes more time and effort of our state parks employees to work on those issues. So, short answer is we're doing as much of those things as we can, but they shouldn't be looked at as new money to do more or go above and beyond our current level of effort.
So are you continuing to look at kiosks as a source to really solve that problem because you're not really exposing your employees and it's better a collection of fees? That certainly was in the last session.
We are, and we're also having progress on an online system for both entry fees and for camping and boating and things like that. So once that online system is up, it will help significantly with those types of issues.
Great, thanks. The next question, if I might, Mr. Chair. On slide number 24, going back to the Air Metco and the Anaconda, as you know, this is literally in my front yard. Having had multiple family members work in Anaconda, it's an issue we've been dealing with for the last 50 years. And in the last 4 sessions, I continue to hear that, well, we'll get this start date. We're going to get this finished by this date. And so I just kind of need a little bit more clarification. This pond settling truly will be completed by 2023. Is that what I'm hearing you say now, sir?
Thank you, Assemblywoman Titus, Greg Lovato for the record. That's correct. So we started construction on that final remedy for that phase 1 of the cleanup. We started that in 2019 with construction of long-term ponds. The actual more heavy construction to cover the heat and reduce infiltration from precipitation will start by June of this year and be completed by 2023. So that actually is proceeding ahead of schedule. Yes.
Excellent. And then along the same lines on that, are you stopping any of the drilling, the water testing? You mentioned that you were looking at some other chemicals in the water that didn't seem to be associated with the mine itself. But I'm wondering are you still doing water testing and still drilling in the north end there of Mason Valley?
Thank you, Assemblywoman Titus. Greg Lovato for the record. We are not doing any further groundwater investigation in terms of installing new sampling points, but ongoing monitoring within existing wells, within existing monitoring well network is ongoing.
Great. And then my final
keep track of what's out.
Great, thank you. My final question actually revolves around slide number 36 and the Spooner Lake clearing, forest clearing. We've heard a number of issues regarding the Tahoe Basin and cleaning that up, and there's always been an issue with what you do with that, the slag, what you do with the timber. We know that sometimes you can get into trouble if you have burn piles, and what happened in the past with the state forestry burning some of that hills that we now are still paying for. So I'm wondering what you did with that timber, what you did with the slag, and are you still looking at any potential cogen plants or any other options with that? And of course, we'll delve into that more during the subcommittee hearings, but just wondered about what you did with all of that timber.
Assemblywoman Titus, thank you for the question. I'm Greg for the record. That timber had to go to Loyalton, which is currently the closest biomass plant. And so it had to leave on trucks from Spooner to Loyalton. We do, as discussed, in other settings and hearings and field trips, there is a cogen biomass plant located out near the operational for over 10 years now, but it is in good shape and could be brought back online if there was a desire to put money and resources towards it. It is only a 1 megawatt plant, so it's not going to, it can't take it can't be the offtake for all of the fuels that we bring out of the basin, but it could be a start, and it also could be a small part of our clean energy portfolio in Nevada. So I'm very interested in the ability to get that biomass plant, cogen plant here in Carson back online, but unfortunately the budget situation right now does not lend itself. But perhaps we can talk more about it and get creative. It'd be a great thing to utilize since it's there already.
All right, great. Thank you for that. Because one of the things that is always I question is that we're looking at decreasing emissions. We're looking at saving our environment. We're looking at worried about these CO2 emissions and some of the stuff that we're doing. And here we are clearing out a forest and then trucking that to Loyalton, when maybe we may look at what we can do from a local basis if we really want to solve a problem and not increasing the problem just by trying to treat the problem. So I'll have a lot more questions on that when I hear that in subcommittee. I appreciate what you folks are doing, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for all of my questions.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Titus. Next, we have Vice Chair Carlton. I have some questions, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I do. And it's good to see that the Office of Outdoor Recreation is moving forward. We've heard the demand out there. I think it's going to be very important, the work that we do with that through this next session. So thank you very much for the update on that. I do have a question on the supplemental that was brought up, the $10 million to support the firefighting cost. And if I heard correctly, I believe it was stated, Mr. Cole, that anything left over was going to be used for other issues that might arise. That's not something we typically do with supplementals. They're meant to go to one particular issue. So if you could expand on that for me, please.
Thank you for the question, Chair Carlton. Grateful for the record. I was not. I was just speculating on potential opportunities if that entire $10 million is not needed or utilized to pay for current bills incurred from wildfire suppression. And given that there's other needs in the fire arena of protective equipment and vehicles and firefighting equipment that is either damaged or old, it was just a off the cuff thought. But I wanted to make sure that the committee realized that there's a decent chance that that entire $10 million may not actually be necessary for covering bills that have already occurred.
And thank you, and we appreciate that. We know the cost of fire suppression is great, and it's our responsibility to pay for it. But those costs that don't come out of that supplemental should come back, and then we can have conversations about equipment and other needs, depending upon what else is in the budget. So typically that money would come back, and then we would have a further conversation about that. So we look forward to reviewing the total budget. The subcommittee, I'm sure, will do a great job in going through this and making recommendations to the full committee. But I just wanted to make sure that we had that on the record and that you were aware of it, because this is not one of those instances where you ask for forgiveness rather than permission. This really is you need permission to do this. So we look forward to hearing the requests this next session. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I just get a follow-up, that's completely understood. There's no concern on that. But my point was, given tight budget times, I wanted the committee to know that there may be some money that's not really used. I want to be able to factor that in whatever ways you choose. So that's my point there with regard to the penny.
I understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crowell. Thank you, Vice Chair Carlton, for the question and clarification. I don't see that we have any other members that have any other specific questions right now, and I just wanted to build upon something that Assemblyman Watts had asked earlier, and about DCNR and their climate strategy and what components of their budget and their actions are associated with the climate strategy. And just wanted to point out that our climate strategy here at the state of Nevada is also a economic development strategy and economic diversification strategy. And it's, while it's incredibly important for the health and of our Nevadans and for our climate goals, it's also incredibly important for the future expansion of our economy here in the state of Nevada. And so appreciate all that you're doing, and this and the recent study that just came out gives us the data we need to understand where we're going, as well as the climate initiative strategy as well. This is just incredible work products that you're putting out over there, and it's incredibly helpful for the state of Nevada. So I appreciate everything you do. And I believe that is all of the questions and comments we have from the committee members. And so I appreciate you putting all of that information into a clear and concise format and giving it to us in such a short period of time. So thank you very much. And we will move on to our next agenda item. And our next agenda item is going to be our last agenda item before we have a lunch break. We'll take a break right after that, and it's the Department of Wildlife. And so I'd like to welcome Director Wasley, and I would like to see the governor's recommended budget for the Department of Wildlife.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you very much, committee members. Happy to be here today. I am going to endeavor to make this the most uplifting and exciting 30 minutes of your day. I want to start by saying that we do genuinely appreciate the opportunity to come before you. And this slide before you right now, this is a picture of the Spring Creek Rearing Station. This is about 4 miles south of Baker, Nevada, looking to the east at sunrise. And this facility was constructed back in the 1940s, was used by White Pine County to rear trout in the 1940s, and it was purchased by the state of Nevada in 1952. Last year alone, 2 employees that man this facility produced 133,000 trout to be distributed in that region of the state. It really typifies a lot of our big asks in this enhancement in this budget cycle, in adhering to the guidance that we've been provided by LCB. I'm just going to provide a relatively brief high-level overview of the agency. Following that guidance, briefly touch on the agency goals, any kind of revenue changes, some major issues, major enhancements, and significant maintenance items. And I want to end on kind of a silver lining, kind of some good news, some of the positive the silver linings of the COVID-19 challenges that are affecting everybody. There is at least some benefit, the silver lining for some agencies, and I believe the Department of Wildlife is one of those agencies. So just starting off real briefly, the mission of the Department of Wildlife is to protect, conserve, manage, and restore wildlife and its habitat for the aesthetic, scientific, educational, recreational, and economic benefits to citizens of Nevada and the United States, and to promote the safety of persons using vessels on the waters of Nevada. So as I recently explained to somebody, when you think about the safety of persons using vessels on the waters of Nevada, essentially the Nevada Department of Wildlife provides the registration and titling of vessels, much like the Department of Motor Vehicles does for automobiles, and then also performs the safety measures of the operation of those vehicles on the waters, much like Highway Patrol would do on our state's roadways. The Nevada Department of Wildlife has 895 different species that regularly occur throughout Nevada under our statutory charge. And as you go through some of those budget narratives, you may see reference to 892 species or 894 species. And as we noted several times during the last legislative session, moose are a new species to Nevada that have established thriving populations up in the Northeast. We've seen an occasional wolf or two, some collared, some not, wander in from the northwest corner, and we've identified a new lizard species down in the south. So that number of 892 or 94 or 95 is dynamic and still changing. Essentially 456 species of birds, 173 species of fish, 163 species of mammals, almost 80 species of reptiles, and 24 amphibian species. We look at the department structure, 7 unique divisions, and I'll speak to each of those briefly as we go through the budget enhancements for each of those 7 divisions. But essentially, the department is comprised of nearly 360 employees that include 9 gubernatorial appointed commissioners and approximately 50 seasonal staff and 30 contractors. 120 buildings scattered around the state, 34 radio sites, and these radio sites are mountaintop repeaters that provide communications which are essential to employee and officer safety in some of the remote canyons and hinterlands around the state. We have 11 wildlife management areas comprising 120,000 acres. Very soon, as soon as March, that number may change to 12 wildlife management areas with the conveyance of the Carson Lake and Pasture to the state of Nevada. That's 23,000 acres. And I would certainly like to acknowledge that whenever we see lands conveyed to the state or the federal government, there's always concern expressed over what happens to the tax revenue. I would like to point out that the Nevada Department of Wildlife is the only state agency that is required to continue to pay taxes on lands that are assigned to the department for our management or administration. So that 120,000 acres and the additional 23,000 that'll be conveyed to the state for Carson Lake and Pasture will remain on those county tax rolls. There are 8 major facilities, again, spread across 7 unique divisions, 4 fish hatcheries, one of which we saw on the cover slide, and we divide the state into 3 roughly equal jurisdictional regions. We have a wildlife commission whose duties are explained in NRS 501 to establish broad policies for wildlife management and boating safety, provide broad policy guidance to NDOW, adopt regulations for wildlife management and boating safety, and adopt regulations specific to hunting, trapping, and fishing. And those regulations specific to hunting, trapping, and fishing are season dates, quotas, specific harvest seasons and harvest levels. That public process is one where the department provides recommendations to the commission along with 17 wildlife advisory boards, county advisory boards that are appointed by county commissions. And then the general public also provides their perspective. The Wildlife Commission gathers that input and then develops policies and regulations that come back to the department for implementation and enforcement. Just a quick overview of the budget. This is something that we've talked about in the past. The overwhelming majority of the agency's budget is user-derived funds. There's 3% of the agency's budget, as you look at the GovRec budget before you, that's comprised of other, which Q1 bonds, donations, BLM transfers, and then 2% from the state general fund. And now I want to go through each of the budget accounts, starting with 4460 in the director's office. The director's office has 28 positions, really 5 program areas, the Wildlife Commission that I just discussed briefly, the county advisory boards, fiscal services and centralized costs, human resources, engineering, and facilities. So as we look at the enhancement, the budget highlights in the director's office budget, it's primarily almost exclusively deferred maintenance issues. And so what we're looking at in the E730, the state-owned facilities, is 3 regional offices, 4 field offices, and 28 associated office and support structure facilities. The majority of the deferred maintenance that you'll see in these items is paint, roofing. There are some heating and cooling, some drainage issues, some parking lot issues. But of course, that's broken down in great detail for each of those. But this is deferred maintenance. I would like to point out that the fish hatcheries, we're talking about 16 employee residences and 53 hatchery support structures on those 4 hatcheries. And then in the 11 wildlife management areas, we have 10 employee residences and 95 support structures. Those support structures, in some instances, are shops or covers to protect equipment. Also, in the director's office budget in that 4460, there is a request for a classified position change to reclassify an administrative assistant 2 position to a maintenance repair worker 2, $0 impact in both years of the biennium for the reclass, but that would be a transfer of that position from budget account 4461 that we'll discuss next. And that is for Data and Technology Services Division. So that would reclass that position and transfer it from DATS to the director's office. I would also just like to point out that as we talk about these enhancements and the budget, none of these costs, not that it has any bearing at all on your authority or your preference. I just wanted to point out that none of these costs are general fund dollars. It's a combination of sportsman-related revenues and federal aid that's based on federal excise tax on hunting and fishing equipment primarily. The next budget account is 4461. This is for the Data and Technology Services Division. This division has almost 33 positions. It includes the licensing responsibilities of our agency. And again, that pertains to hunting licenses, fishing licenses, but also boat registration and titling. It administers the hunting, the big game tag application and draw process. It houses our customer support, and I'll speak a little bit to that further in the presentation. Our geographic information systems, which computerized mapping, data collection for a lot of our biological data housed in that geographic information system program. And then our IT, our information technology, is also in a Data and Technology Services Division. And that IT is our first budget highlight that I'd like to speak to here, E225. It's a position change to create a new IT professional position. It would eliminate 1 administrative aid position and 1 seasonal administrative assistant position and create a new information technology professional position. The department currently has a very small IT services unit with only 3 designated positions to support our over 250 full-time staff and the contracted and seasonal staff as well. This position would be assigned application development to assist biologists in storing and automating as well as analyzing data collected to conserve the Nevada's 895 species. And so essentially what this means is that we are automating much of our data collection, whether it's checking in a bighorn sheep that's harvested, or whether it's collecting nest success data for raptors or sage grouse. Being able to automate that data collection, data compilation, data analysis streamlines the process not only for the biologists, but for our industry partners who depend on that data as part of their obligation through NEPA analysis for projects that may occur on the landscape. The second one, E720, is for new equipment, and this is Wi-Fi for the remote offices. nearly $9,000 in year one and nothing in year two of the biennium would fund new equipment for the agency's remote offices in Elko, Ely, Winnemucca, and Tonopah. And then the previously referenced transfer in E901, the transfer of one administrative assistant to budget account 4460. And so you saw the cost associated with that in 4460, and then here's the savings reflected in 4461 with a net difference of essentially zero. The next division that I'd like to discuss, 4462, the Conservation Education Division, 24 positions in the Conservation Education Division, 5 main program areas. Hunter safety training, which is a requirement in order for individuals to purchase hunting licenses. Anyone born after a certain date, I believe it's in 1960, is required to have hunter safety before they can purchase a hunting license and be in the field. There's also hunter and angler education, general wildlife education, our media and public relations branch, and then our urban wildlife that we've talked about in past sessions, and that the agency has benefited from general fund contributions from in the past. The budget highlights E227, a position change to create new conservation educator positions. This would eliminate 2 seasonal conservation aid volunteer positions and add 2 conservation educator positions. These positions would increase department capacity to provide volunteer coordination and educational programming to proactively address concerns in the community, such as human-wildlife conflicts or related issues. Similarly, demands from within the education realm is far more than we can currently accommodate. Some of the silver lining, quite frankly, to COVID-19. These positions will add additional capacity in this area, as well as community education and public information relations. One thing I would like to point out here in the volunteer coordination, the Department of Wildlife relies heavily on volunteer assistance. That volunteer assistance that the department benefits from also provides a financial benefit to the department. If captured correctly, accurately, and timely in ways that are acceptable by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the volunteer efforts can be used as in-kind match and are done so in one program. For example, the Wildlife Water Development Program, through capturing those volunteer hours, the agency is able to administer a program in excess of $2 million without the use of a single non-federal or state dollar. And we're able to meet our 25% match requirement solely through the use of in-kind contribution of volunteer hours. However, the record keeping of those volunteer hours and the constraints around how they're captured have increased. And so the return on investment is expected to be significant in having some dedicated staff that can chronicle volunteer hours, better capture that. It can be used more efficiently and effectively as a match to garner federal dollars. The next budget account 4463, the Law Enforcement Division. The Law Enforcement Division is our single largest division, 53 positions, approximately 20% of our workforce is in the Law Enforcement Division. 6 main program areas, wildlife enforcement, poaching, wildlife compliance with wildlife laws, boating enforcement, as we previously discussed, the statutory responsibility for public safety on the state's waters fall to the Department of Wildlife and Law Enforcement Division. Public safety in general, boating education. This body has previously passed requirements, educational requirements for operating vessels. The administration of that program is handled by the Law Enforcement Division, as well as dispatch services. So we talked about the network of communications towers around the state. The agency has a dispatch service, number of dispatchers providing for officer safety and communication, and then the radio technology, which is the maintenance and enhancement of the communications. There are a number of highlights from the law enforcement division I'd like to present to you today. The first one, E229, position changes to create a new full-time game warden 3. This is actually a cost savings, as you'll see, but it eliminates 2 seasonal game warden 3 positions and creates 1 full-time game warden 3 position assigned primarily to recreation, boating, and safety patrol on Lake Tahoe. The idea of the seasonal positions was a great concept, but we struggled to fill it consistently with qualified folks. We have had some great people in the program, but we have a lot of turnover and we struggle. We realized we would probably be better served in having those 2 positions combined into 1 full-time position that could provide benefit in other geographies at other times of the year. The next item, E301, is an enhancement for body cameras for game wardens. It would fund contractual obligations for the body-worn camera systems used by game wardens. Body cameras are now considered best practice, and the agency would like to initiate the process of obtaining cameras to meet public expectation and new changes to law enforcement practices. E720 represents an ask for new equipment, which is dry suits for game wardens, primarily due to the public safety requirements charge of the agency. We're finding a greater and greater recreational use of the state's waters. And with that comes not only increased responsibility for the enforcement of safe operation, but the unfortunate reality of search and rescue and recovery. We are not well equipped to provide our game wardens who have those responsibilities to get in the water. And we would request through that GovRec budget funds to purchase new dry suits for our game wardens who are tasked with those responsibilities. Also, E805 is a position change for a new administrative assistant 3 position. Essentially, this is a request for reclassification of an administrative assistant 2 to an administrative assistant 3, commensurate with the duties of that position, the autonomy, the decision making, trust and level of autonomy required to make the decisions and maintain the critical databases and financial business of the division clearly falls within the AA2 class spec. The next budget is 4464 for the game management division. There are 35 full-time positions in game management. Wildlife survey and inventory, one of the primary responsibilities of our game biologists. That wildlife survey and inventory are then used to develop seasons and harvest quotas. We also address landowner conflicts through the elk damage compensation program, elk incentive tag program, and the deer and antelope damage compensation program. We have a wildlife health program. We have a full-time veterinarian and other staff in our wildlife health program. We do collaborate with a number of universities, and we are moving towards the establishment of a cooperative research unit through the University of Nevada. That would be a fish and wildlife specific collaborative research unit with USGS housed at the University of Nevada. And then our air operations is also housed within our game management division. Our air operations consists of 2 Bell 407 HP helicopters. Our budget enhancement in this budget count is specific to our air operations program. As we upgraded the capability of our Air Force, we have seen that we are certainly saving the state and the agency significant amount of money and able to do things. We are now able to do things that we previously had to contract. For example, hauling water to wildlife water developments. Historically, the agency would have to contract that work, but because of the performance of these aircraft, we're able to do that in-house. Well, with that expanded capability of these aircraft, we have increased the annual hours, flight hours of the pilots. Our pilots are flying between 475 to 525 hours annually. The industry standard is 350 hours. An additional pilot would result in an increased safety margin as well as reduced hours of comp time paid to current pilots, which, as we all know, is not sustainable, long-term, cost-effective model to get things done. And now pilots each fly wildlife biologists and others on various wildlife surveys throughout the state. And as I indicated, additional duties include slinging materials into remote locations or slinging water into remote water developments. Our pilots may also be tasked with assisting the Division of Forestry with wildfire fighting operations in the future as we continue to increase the capability of these aircraft and have capacity to fly them in a way that's consistent with industry standards. I think there's some very real potential that we can increase the capacity of the state's Division of Forestry. The next budget, 4465, fisheries management. Fisheries division has 46 full-time positions. Sport fish production, as I mentioned briefly at the outset, producing fish that can be transplanted around to the state's waters for recreational harvest. Fisheries management for existing fish populations and existing waters, monitoring and managing. Native aquatics, those species that fall outside the sport pursuit, recreational pursuit. Aquatic health monitoring, and aquatic invasive species. The majority of the enhancement asks here fall into two areas. Actually, one area, aquatic invasive species. We talked about the deferred maintenance issues at the hatcheries under the director's office budget. So as we look at these budget highlights in 4465, E230, position change to create new full-time wildlife area tech 2 positions. And this ask would create 2 tech positions and replace temporary contractual staffing to allow a higher level staff to continue operating 4 watercraft inspection stations while implementing other key elements of the aquatic invasive species program at Lake Mead. 2 tech level state full-time employee positions are critically needed to provide continuity of program skills and knowledge, year-round management and support functions for the AIS program at Lake Mead, and to continue containment measures of preventing the spread of quagga mussels from Lake Mead to other waters. We have staffed this, as this language indicates, with temporary contractual employees. Again, we have significant challenges in continuity, in knowledge, in professionalism, and consistency. It's our hope that we could create 2 new full-time wildlife area tech positions to operate some of the AIS stations more effectively and efficiently. E231, essentially the same, creating a new full-time wildlife area tech position, just a different geography here. This is creating 1 wildlife area tech 2 position and replacing temporary contractual staffing. The new position would provide permanent full-time staffing at the Alamo Roadside Station. The third request, the E720 new equipment in the fisheries program. This would fund 1 new utility terrain vehicle and a riding maintenance equipment. in year one for use in hard to get to areas in eastern Nevada by survey crews and biologists. This falls under the fisheries management program in this division. Our agency and our fisheries division in particular spends a great deal of time surveying remote reaches of streams and documenting the status of one species, for example, the hunting cutthroat trout, which is a species that's listed under the Endangered Species Act. Our agency has spent considerable time and energy in the recovery efforts of this species. Many of the waters that this species inhabits are very hard on standard pickups, and UTVs can reduce the wear and tear and hopefully extend the life and reduce maintenance costs on standard vehicles. There's also some fish hatchery equipment, including some tools, equipment used in laboratories, clinics, and shops, including heavy construction equipment that would be purchased in year two. There's also a new trailer. The next division, 4466, Wildlife Diversity Division. This is one of our smaller divisions. There are 13 positions. The Wildlife Diversity Division, I affectionately call the other guys. They take care of the 92% of the species in the state that people do not pay to recreationally pursue with the intent of harvesting. It's in some ways ironic that our smallest division has some of the largest tasks. They are responsible for the creation, maintenance, and updating of the State Wildlife Action Plan. That State Wildlife Action Plan covers 256 species in the state that are identified as species of conservation priority in 22 different habitats. Non-game species management falls to the Wildlife Diversity Division. Threatened and endangered species, those non-aquatic species that fall under fisheries. The aquatic ones run under the Fisheries Division. The non-aquatic threatened and endangered species fall under Wildlife Diversity. Relevancy Roadmap and Recovering America's Wildlife Act, and then the Tahoe Environmental Improvement Program that we heard a little bit about from DCNR in the previous presentation is also housed in our Wildlife Diversity Division. Wildlife Diversity Program, the request here, the E690, is a change in funding sources. This is replacing the roughly $160,000 of general fund that was being used as match for a couple of grants, for state wildlife grants, state and tribal wildlife grants, which is a federal source of funding, and I believe some Endangered Species Act Section 6. Both of those grants require some match. We had been using general fund dollars, but with the general fund reduction, we are simply asking to replace that general fund appropriation with sportsman revenue and satisfy the requirement to reduce that. I will say that in particular, the 22 habitat types that are identified in the State Wildlife Action Plan that is administered by the Wildlife Diversity Division provide benefits to a whole host of game species, and there are multiple game species identified by the Diversity Division in that State Wildlife Action Plan. Bighorn sheep, mule deer, Lahontan cutthroat trout, and sage grouse are all species of conservation priority that are included in that 256 species that are covered by the Wildlife Diversity Division. So this is not a stretch or a reach to use sportsman revenue in any way, shape, or form to replace that general fund as match. Habitat Division 4467, you will see that has our single largest budget as a division, just over right around 10 million for each year of the biennium. There are 39 full-time positions. The 6 main program areas include development, project review, and that's projects, whether it's a mine, energy projects, any project that occurs on federal land or with the use of federal funds is required to conduct a NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act review. all of those reviews and impacts or potential impacts to wildlife are administered by the Habitat Division at the Department of Wildlife. Mining industrial ponds, the legislature in past sessions created a industrial pond permitting program that's administered by the Habitat Division, as are the habitat conservation and restoration activities, Nevada Partners Program, wildlife water development program that I previously spoke to, and our wildlife management areas that was also highlighted. There's one budget highlight from this budget account, E720 new equipment for wildlife management areas. This is a $135,000 in year one and $0 in year two. Would be used for a new backhoe for use in the wildlife management areas. I spoke to the conveyance of Carson Lake and pasture to the state of Nevada at the outset. There are significant water management responsibilities associated with the acquisition of this 23,000 acre property. What the department would propose to do is use this piece of equipment within that wildlife management area system, along with Mason Valley and Carson Lake and pasture. Lastly, I know there's a lot on this slide. I'm not going to go through all of it, but we've heard several comments today about not only some of the challenges, but some of the changes, I guess, in public expectation and public demand as a result of the pandemic. And I just want to highlight a couple things that are providing some opportunities, at least to the Department of Wildlife. Sporting goods stores have virtually sold out of many of their recreational goods, such as fishing rods, their camping supplies, kayaks, paddle boards, wildlife watching supplies. Dollar sales and camping equipment have increased 31%. Dollar sales of binoculars have increased 22%. Huge, economic benefits, but also physical and mental health benefits. Since the pandemic, the public has been appreciating the benefits of nature and calling on public representatives for financial support. A survey by Pew Research Center showed that 57% of adults regularly spent time outdoors to help cope with the pandemic. National Geographic reported citizen scientists are providing beneficial data on wildlife viewing. Camping and glamping booking services reported huge spikes, some 400% busier than the same time previous year. Nevadans also have turned to nature in this time. There's been a creation, advent of a number of virtual platforms. One that the department has used very successfully is the Nextdoor app, with over 5 million impressions from 150 posts, nearly 10,000 replies, and NDOW has reached over 18,000 people in 2020 through a number of different virtual programs. Fishing license sales have increased by nearly 25% just through the pandemic. Hunting license sales increased by almost 12%. A number of new programs, wildlife education programs, Know Your Nevada program, Nevada Knockout program. How did license simplification play a role? Well, in the 2017 legislative session, the department's license simplification bill was approved by this body. As a result, the department now has only 8 licenses as compared to, it says over 30. I'm not exactly sure what that number was, but it was a significant decrease. And also, the department has a new license vendor. So nobody could have really anticipated the pandemic, but I will say that with some of that simplification, the selection of a new vendor, the streamlining of these processes, just point you to that graph. As we look at that orange line represents fishing licenses, and things were relatively flat for several years from 2009 to 2014 with some dips. And if you look at the last 3 years, you'll see increasing from just over 100,000 to over 180,000 fishing license sales. Similarly, the blue line is hunting licenses. flat line for a great number of years. And then the last 3 years, reflecting the last 3 years with the simplification effort and that new vendor. An increase of over 33% in big game hunting tag applications, an increase of 77% in fishing license sales, increase of 54% in hunting license sales. The draw process is streamed live on YouTube with real-time questions and answers for thousands of viewers. And there's a call center that's staffed 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, with NDOW staff being the primary contacts from 8 to 5 on those business days. So I did want to highlight that although there certainly are a number of significant challenges that coronavirus has presented, if there is a silver lining, it's in people's turning to nature for mental health, for physical health, and hopefully assisting in the stewardship of the natural resources in the state of Nevada. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions the committee members may have.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That was a lot of information. And I do have a question from Assemblywoman Titus.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the overview of your department as always. As you know, I'm an avid hunter and fisher person. I have some questions on some of your divisions. And as you mentioned, Director, you have dramatically increased the number of fishing licenses and hunting licenses that you have are selling. My question is, what percent under your Division 4465, which is your fish management one, you have sports fishing, and you also have game, which are game species, and then you have non-game species and other things within that. What percent of sportsmen's dollars are used for those programs? So the sportsmen buy a tag because they want to go fishing, and now you're recommending we're not using general funds. Or is the sportsman carrying the whole load on that?
Thank you, Assemblywoman Titus. As you might expect, many of the fish that we manage occupy the same water. So sometimes what is done for sport fish may provide some ancillary benefit to native species and vice versa. So in many ways, it's difficult, if not impossible, to untangle the funding. I would also say that the way that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service administers the Dingell-Johnson funds, which are the federal excise taxes that are collected on fishing equipment to be provided to states for sport fish activities, acknowledge the need to benefit all of those species in those bodies of water. And I don't share all that to circumvent trying to answer that question, but I would probably benefit from some time to dive into specific waters, not literally, figuratively dive into some specific waters and try to look at the funding. For example, what we do at Lake Mead versus what we do at South Fork Reservoir or Rye Patch Reservoir or Lahontan, and looking at how that happens. There is not a significant effort in the fisheries division to replace general fund dollars with sportsman dollars. The majority of that replacement is occurring within the diversity division. The big challenges in the fisheries division.
So you're not answering my question as far as percent. So just so you know, when we get into the subcommittee, and so maybe you'll have time then to kind of tease out in some of these budgets that you're using, so we can see what the federal dollars are through the purchasing of fishing equipment that then come back into the state. So of course, when we're in that subcommittee, it'd be nice really to see so we can break down those percents. Because really I have the same question for 4466, which is sportsmen's dollars for your game species, and how much, as you said, more and more people are going outside, more and more people are watching the game, and how much of a lift are the actual sportsmen carrying? Because in there it looks like you are taking away some general fund applications so that the whole population of the state of Nevada, and tourism enjoy the benefits of what the sportsman is paying for. So again, that can be at the subcommittee when we look at some actual expenditures and where those monies are coming from and the federal match. When I know you didn't read in there that ammunition and guns, you didn't read that particular line. They're sold out everywhere, and all those things have monies when they buy those hunting supplies, the shotgun shells. Those too come back from the federal government. So we'll want a breakdown of that. At least I will. And then the next question I have on your 4467 is that the habitat management. I have some real concerns, and we'll need some more details about how you are managing those wildlife management areas. Mason Valley Wildlife Area, just as an example, just out there a month ago hunting. Real concerned about the fields around there, all planted in onions, although, onions are good for, people like to eat them. Game do not like to eat them. And so I'm curious about how those fields are being monitored and managed as opposed to wheat or corn or something where you will bring in the game, where you will bring in the ducks to come in, and the onions aren't doing that. So we do have a subcommittee, those are the kind of questions I'm going to be looking at and needing some answers on. And I recognize that you're probably not prepared to give me those answers today.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And Mr. Chair, if I might, just in anticipation of answering those questions, some of the difficulty in the percentage breakdown that you're requesting that I'm trying to represent is that many of those activities occur on habitats, and I'm not talking about the wildlife management area, I'm talking about the game and fish. Many of those activities have broad and ancillary benefits. I certainly understand the question as far as what percentage is on the backs of sportsmen and women versus general fund. But because those habitats are shared and the benefits are often shared, it is not as simple, but we can definitely do that dive and share those numbers and see what may be inferred.
Great, thank you for all of that, and I appreciate the questions, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Titus, and thank you, Director Wasley, for everything that you presented today. I have not so much a question, but a comment on the license simplification process that we've gone through as a state, and just it's really great to see something that we've worked on in the legislature work, but just watching it go through its process in 17 and then 19 and looking at the results, that is, I'm sure some of that it has to do with just people getting out right now, but that's dramatic, the results that simplification has on how many licenses we've gotten and how we've been able to do that. So great job, and it's really made it a lot easier for consumers of licenses like myself and so many others of the legislators and Nevadans. So appreciate that. And also just comment on what this is a perfect example of leveraging federal funds when they're available and in a way that is self-sustaining and grows the economy and services to the state of Nevada. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair.
We have one more question, I believe, and that's from Assemblyman Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be real brief. I know we all want to go to lunch. So back to your slide on you're adding additional pilots. If later on when you provide that further in the budget hearing, if you could just give us an idea of the impact that's going to have on your airframes and the additional hours and what that's going to impact down the road on those air platforms, whether on maintenance, replacement, et cetera.
Absolutely. Love to. Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Assemblyman Roberts.
Thank you.
Well, I believe that is the end of this agenda item. Thank you very much, Mr. Wasley, and we'll be seeing you, or Director Wasley, we'll be seeing you very soon in the budget hearings. And I want to move to our next agenda item, which is lunch. It is exactly 12 o'clock, and so keeping with what we've done all week, I'd like to take a 45-minute lunch, and that would put us back here at 12:45. And then we can jump right into the Department of Agriculture and finish with the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation. So I see everyone back at their computers with their cameras on at 12:45, please.
Jamie, can you hear me?
We are unmuted to the broadcast. You are ready to begin. Chair, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Welcome back from lunch. We have two more budgets to discuss. The first one will be the Department of Agriculture, and would like to welcome Director Ott and look forward to seeing the governor's recommended budget for the Department of Agriculture.
Right, good afternoon. Thank you all so much for allowing us to present to you today. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Ott. I'm the Director for the Department of Agriculture. And I am here with a team who I'll introduce in a moment, but I will go ahead and start the presentation. So today I'm going to present to you a very brief overview of the department, some key activities and accomplishments over the past year and a half that have led to our budget requests today, our notable enhancements that we are requesting, and a very brief overview of the bills that we will have in front of the various committees. So the mission statement for the Department of Agriculture is to preserve, protect, and promote Nevada agriculture. And we define agriculture as all of those industries that make up agriculture and every industry that the department covers. So that could be seeds in the ground to the petroleum that it takes to get food from the field to market, to also distribution of food to our food insecure populations. We preserve, protect, and promote every one of those. Our annual governor's recommended budget for fiscal year 22 is approximately $180 million. And for fiscal year 23, it's approximately $184 million. We have 157.5 FTEs at the department. And our budget is broken down in the following ways. For fiscal year 22, 85% of our recommended budget is federally funded, approximately 13% is fee funded, and 1.77% is general funded. And for fiscal year 23, it aligns very similarly. Federal funding is 83% approximately, fee funded is 15%, and general funded is a little less than 1.5%. We have 3 offices at the department. We have our headquarters in Sparks, Nevada, an office in Las Vegas, and an office in Elko. I'm joined today by my team at the department, and that encompasses 5 divisions. Today we have Deputy Director Jerry Conrad and Administrator Katie Jameson for administration. Our Plant Industry Division is administered by Ashley Jepson. Our Animal Industry Division is administered by Doug Ferris. Our Division of Consumer Equitabilities administers Cadence Matievich, and our Food and Nutrition Division's administrator is Homa Anushapur. And they are all here today should you have any questions. So I wanted to go over a little bit about our key accomplishments, our strategic plan, which really informed our creation of this biennium's budget. When I was appointed director in March of 2019, as soon as session was over, one of the first things that I did and my staff did was performed a lot of outreach. We did roundtables around the state, met with elected officials and stakeholders from various counties and cities, toured to meet industry, had many discussions with staff and staff meetings. And all of this was to really collect common themes, looking at common complaints, what are the opportunities that the department has not followed through with, and what were our neglected segments of our industries and members of the public that we hadn't addressed. Next step to that was creating a strategic plan, which would really develop a plan for underperforming programs, solve our longstanding financial challenges, and address industry and public needs. And I really share all of that with you to sort of, help you understand that we're not shooting from the hip when we're developing the strategic plan. 7 of us didn't get into a room and we started making decisions, as we really wanted to involve the public and in our industries and our staff in what would guide us for the next few years. So our strategic plan, our first goal is to modernize our statutory and regulatory framework, and I'll go over a little bit about that in a bit. Our second goal is to increase financial stability. As I've gone over, much of our department is federally funded, and if one of those programs goes away, it's not a great thing for the department overall. And so we're really looking at financial stability in two ways. One is how our department is funded, but also doing a better job of aligning our expenses with our revenues going forward. And so we have a very clear and transparent picture of how we're funding the department. Goal 3 is increasing economic development opportunities, which is incredibly important. I think all aspects of agriculture, from traditional agriculture through food manufacturing and processing and food distribution, there is so much opportunity in Nevada for growth in this area. And we're really looking at ways that we can assist the various industries in further developing their businesses. Goal 4 is becoming a customer-focused organization. I think that as a state agency, it's really easy to make decisions that make sense to us internally, that potentially, solve our internal problems or make our processes more efficient internally. But this goal is to really look at the external facing public and industry. Is what decisions are we making internally that have an effect externally, and making sure that we're doing the best by both measures, not just one. And goal number 5 is creating a cohesive organization. And this is really an internal goal, looking at employee retention, increasing employee training opportunities, restructuring our department so that there is a clear succession program and opportunities for advancement for our employees, and also addressing internal communication. So our first steps taken in this strategic plan over the last year and a half, we've made some great strides. When we're looking at efficiency and effectiveness, and we've been going through all of our programs bit by bit. We haven't gotten through all of them, but we're well on our way. We did make some reorganization decisions to help with our goals, to accomplish our goals and to address efficiency and effectiveness. We reorganized the dairy program and meat processing program. Originally, it lied in the food and nutrition division. And it really wasn't like with like. There were no inspectors other than these in the food and nutrition division, no other laboratories. And so we moved these programs to the animal industry division. And what that really does, it allowed us to share resources where possible and to align knowledge centers. So when originally we had 2 different labs and 2 different lab supervisors, we now have 2 different labs and 1 lab supervisor that's organizing and overseeing both like laboratories. And a result of that is a reclass that we'll go over a little bit in the budget request. We also reorganized programs within plant industry. We had several programs in plant industry. It's one of our biggest divisions. And we had programs that really overlapped, but that weren't working together. And so we did some reorganization there, so to encourage those programs to work together and to share knowledge and to rely on each other in the field. And so that's really helped with our programs moving forward. We were able to identify some financial savings. We did at one point in time had a small office in Carson City that was uninhabited by anyone in the department. And so we did not renew the lease for that office. We closed the satellite metrology laboratory in Las Vegas. For those of you that might have been around when this was stood up, the revenue projections for this laboratory just never came to bear. And with very little effect on industry, we were able to make the operational decision to close that laboratory and for significant cost savings. And then also we made significant strides in our cost allocation methodology for our administration division, and really addressed our travel situations within the department and cleaned up those processes for better and more transparent reporting. We were also able to address program structures. We have implemented an industry data collection initiative. Much of agriculture data is captured nationally and then extrapolated down to the states. And for a state like Nevada, with such large landmass areas, urban centers, rural areas, the data doesn't always make sense. And if you have a goal to assist economic development, you really have to start with great data baselines. And so we have started an initiative to do our own data collection in partnership with other agencies to really get a great data baseline so we can measure where we are and where we're going. With an investment in technology and collaboration with other agencies, both state and federal, we were able to expand the free school lunch and breakfast programs. Just like I said, an investment in technology and collaboration, we're able to identify students that qualified for the program that hadn't been identified before. And so over the last 2 years, we've seen an increase of 139% adoption of free school and breakfast lunch programs. And those are entire schools where every student is offered a free breakfast and a free lunch just by working on those infrastructure pieces. And then we are updating and enforcing our federal MOUs. We, like every other state agency, have MOUs with federal partners, many federal MOUs. And so we went through and really took a look and identified which ones were working for us and which ones needed to be revised and upheld. And so going through that process so that we were really getting the best out of the relationship with our federal partners was really important for activities going forward. So what that means is, and what we've been able to sort of build on, is reviewing and improving those programs where we received the highest feedback on, that were experiencing the highest financial challenges, or those programs that really needed to be addressed because they were addressing public safety aspects. Our goal 1 of modernizing regulatory and statutory framework really gets us to the point where we now have 7 non-budgetary bills filed with you. And much of those bills are cleanups of language, aligning authorities, reflecting the Code of Federal Regulations so that we have a clean, seamless working framework to build off of. As well as we have 16 NAC changes in the hopper that I'm sure after this session, when interim legislative commission, you'll start to see the Department of Agriculture quite often on those changes. Again, many of those changes are just wording changes, allowing us to send emails, not just licking a stamp and putting it in the mail. So saving some time and money there. And so really addressing that framework, addressing longstanding infrastructure challenges. That is much of where our budget is going for this biennium. And I'll go over that a little bit here. And then because much of our budget is federally funded, we do have a plan of progress for expanding our federal funding in 2 main areas. One is in our public lands work. We're responsible for invasive species, invasive plant species. And so, working with our federal partners to look at where many of the federal unspent funds are located and how we can use those on on public lands. So there's so many funds that are available for use on private land, but Nevada does not have that high a percentage of private land. And so we're really trying to work on how, once those private land allocations are made, how can we use the remaining funding for public land? And it really is just about language changes on a congressional level. And so we're looking at those kinds of fixes. And then in food distribution, we have learned a lot from COVID-19. And we've learned a lot about where gaps lie and where one federal program starts and another one stops, and who is left out of the loop in between. And so we're working specifically with USDA Food Nutrition on these 4 points here to expand and create new programs that would address many of the gaps that we've identified in the state. And so we're looking forward to working on some of those with our federal partners. So building on all of those activities and accomplishments that we've had so far, I'm going to present to you a few of our budget requests for the enhancements that we're requesting for the department in the governor's recommended budget. I just want to note that my criteria for this presentation were infrastructure requests of $100,000 or more, and then positions. So there are enhancements in our budget, and I don't want you to assume that they're not as important. They are important, but for the interest of time, I really wanted to address these enhancement requests. So in identifying infrastructure improvements, which reaches our goals of increasing financial stability and becoming a customer-focused organization, we have two requests in the Division of Consumer Equitability. The first is the purchase and implementation of software to support inspection and regulatory activities. This inspection program will be a bit of a guinea pig for the department. We have 3 divisions out of our 5 that are heavily inspection based. And all of our inspections are currently running off paper or spreadsheets. And per the LCB performance audit, that was one of the identifications of what needed to improve in the Division of Consumer Equitability, but frankly, it needs to improve throughout the entire department. And so with this program beginning in that division, we're hoping to expand to other divisions once sort of the details have been worked out and the bugs have been, hopefully all the problems have been solved. The second request that we are making is a replacement of a Freightliner truck for large capacity scales, and this is in our weights and measures program. It's a fairly large truck, and it's constantly in the shop, and it's exceeding both the age requirements and the mileage requirements for the state administrative manual. The next infrastructure improvement that we are requesting is the purchase and implementation of a department-wide laboratory information management software, or LIMS system. This system would be implemented department-wide. We currently have 12 laboratories at our headquarters in Sparks, and all of the laboratories are on different systems. Some laboratories are using paper processes, some are using spreadsheets. There's one that is using a system that somebody's nephew built for them. It looks like MS-DOS to me. I'm not a computer person, but it's very old and probably not EATS standards. So we're requesting this LIMS system. A LIMS system is really, it's imperative for any further ISO 17025 accreditation that we are going to work towards in the future for our laboratories. It's really helpful for sample tracking. It's helpful for our laboratories to work together. It's helpful for training purposes and timekeeping purposes. And so just to build on that infrastructure and to really get the department in a really efficient place, this is one of our requests that we are asking for. Moving on to positions, we have a few position requests that we are putting before you. The first is a reclassification of a food safety operation manager to deputy administrator. This is the result of what I had mentioned before of aligning like and like programs, moving a dairy program into animal industry. we were able to free up a position to reclass to deputy administrator, which will really help the overall division function much better. And it will continue to work on the quality and review of those programs. In our administration division, we're requesting a personnel analyst to address our human resources needs within the department. Department of Agriculture has several unique lines of classified employees that has made it difficult over the years to recruit. It makes it difficult to time keep. We have employees that go out in the field, that camp. The timekeeping aspect has been a struggle in the past. And so with the implementation of Smart 21, we're really in need of a personnel analyst. I keep, every time we have a Smart 21 meeting, I keep raising my hand to be the beta tester for Smart 21. I think that it's a great program going forward. I'm really excited about it. And so we're looking for that support in the personnel area. We're also requesting contract funding for IT support to address our backlog of IT requests. We had a backlog prior to the March 17th closure of our offices, and now with our work from home mandate in place, our IT issues are only growing. As of the submission of this information, we had 160 open IT tickets, and our oldest ticket is 11 months old. So we have a pretty large backlog of IT issues within the department, and that is the basis of that request. So the last three positions that we're requesting, we're requesting to add an agriculturalist to our pest control program within Plant Industry Division. And this is really to meet the workload of the program. This position would be located in Las Vegas. Less than 25% of our pest control operators that are licensed with the state receive an inspection. And those that do, we're seeing some pretty alarming results. Unlicensed activity, pest control operators working outside their license categories, label violations, like the chemicals inside the container don't match the label, or there's mixing issues so that there's just not proper mixing of those chemicals. We really see it as a public safety issue, and we also see it as an environmental issue when the wrong pesticides are applied in the wrong places. And so we are requesting a position to address those activities. Also in plant industry, we're requesting a position for an agriculturalist to allow for early identification of plant diseases. As our plant industry and our farming industry continues to grow, our federal requirement of identifying plant diseases for the transports of vegetables over state lines and overseas continues to grow. And so this is a federally funded position from USDA. And so we're asking for authority to hire this position here for plant disease work. And then in the Division of Consumer Equitability, we're requesting to add an administrative assistant in Las Vegas. And that's really to transfer administrative duties from the inspectors. We're anticipating that an administrative assistant will free up about 30 hours per week of inspector time, which really allows our inspectors to be in the field and not in the office doing paperwork. And then with the potential approval of inspector software, this administrative assistant will also support that installation activity as well. So as I mentioned, to modernize our regulations and statutes in front of the various committees, these are our 7 non-budgetary bills to be presented to you. I won't go through every single one of them, as I'm sure we'll do that in a committee, but I did just want to make the committee aware of basically that this is a really big important of our strategic plan and of the department moving forward. And with that, here is the contact information of all of our administrators and myself. And hopefully that we're helpful and able to answer any questions that you might have. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Director Ott, and thank you for, what the Department of Agriculture has done on the front lines of responding to this COVID pandemic when it comes to food insecurity and with our kids and across the state and families across the state. And it's been vitally important for a lot of families, and your agency played an incredibly important role in that. So thank you very much. I have a question, probably a few, from Dr. Titus. So she wants to go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the presentation today. Director Ott, I've been approached by many folks in my district and throughout the state of Nevada with extreme concerns, and I know that I left you a message, and we've been playing phone tag here a little bit over SB 54. And the history, and I've really done my research and homework on the history of SB 54 and the particular positions that are in that. And is there any update on the sheep representation from that particular bill yet?
Thank you, Jennifer Ott, for the record. The only update I can give you is that the Board of Agriculture did meet and did vote to provide an amendment to this bill that basically the amendment reflects returning the language back to what it was before and then augmenting the board by 2 positions. And so that is the latest update. And yes, we've been playing phone tag. I will make sure that I will get in touch with you this week.
Right, and so it's just for members of the committee, SB 54 changed the makeup of the State Board of Ag, and there's some history with that, and we'll get that deep dive into that when we hear about that in the subcommittees, but thank you for that update. I have a question regarding your brand inspectors, and again, there was nothing on this budget, and I understand it's a 40,000 foot view of your brand inspectors, but for the last 4 sessions, we're hearing there's not enough brand inspectors, and I assume we'll see more into that during the subcommittee hearings.
And Jennifer Ott, for the record, I really appreciate you bringing that up. Yes, absolutely, we intend on that. If members of the committee may remember, we presented a business plan at the June IFC that addressed exactly that subject, is revising the brand inspection program. And currently we are working with the governor's finance office on some technicalities to hopefully be able to present that to you.
And finally, if I might, Mr. Chair, one more question. So again, over a period of time, and I know Director Ott, since you started, you brought up appropriately so the need for the ability to monitor the hemp production in a timely manner where you do the analysis of that product. And are the labs going to be able to handle that? Do you have enough folks? Will we hear more about that during the subcommittee? And I guess another one along that is the lab extension and making sure that seems like a small amount for the amount of money that we need to control the marijuana testing, the hemp production, and all of those things. I'm concerned that I'm not seeing enough ask here to monitor those products.
Yes, thank you. So Jennifer Ott, for the record. I want to address the marijuana mention just very briefly. So the marijuana testing is not under the purview of the Department of Agriculture. CCB handles that separately with their own laboratory system that they have in place. So we are just testing hemp. We have had some requests to IFC for assistance in augmenting our laboratory, and so we're hoping to see that soon. The other difficulty that we've had is the problems with the USDA not coming out with a final rule, and so we've been in a bit of a limbo process on what analysis is supposed to be happening. Are we overstepping by, doing the analysis that we're doing now? But the final rule was released about 8 days ago now. And so I think that we're much more clear on moving forward.
And just one final comment, and I just want to acknowledge what the Department of Ag has done for the concerns of food insecurity and with this COVID pandemic, and how hard you've worked to make sure that no one in our state has gone hungry, and especially the different school districts and how all that works. And it's not just the Department of Ag, but throughout the state, many citizens have been involved, and it's been a process that took a huge lift and a huge effort throughout the state, and Department of Ag has been a big part of that. So I appreciate all you're doing. So thank you for that. Looking forward to further conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Peters has a question as well.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Ott, for all of the work you're doing. It's really great to see some of this modernization with your office. I had a question about the historic purpose and need of the metrology lab, and how many labs does your office have across the state, and do any of them offer similar services to what the metrology lab does?
Thank you, Assemblywoman Peters. Jennifer Ott for the record. There's not any other laboratories within the department that offers the same services as metrology. However, I think I'm going to pass this over to Administrator Cadence Matievich for a bit of the history question that you are asking about.
Good afternoon. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Administrator for the Division of Consumer Equitability. Thank you, Assemblywoman, for the question. So the laboratory in Las Vegas, the metrology laboratory that the agency has closed, was a satellite metrology laboratory. It supplements the work that our primary metrology laboratory that is located in Sparks and was first established in 1972 and performs the full scope of metrology calibration services that the National Institute of Standards and Technologies accredits us for. The laboratory in Southern Nevada was opened in 2018, I believe. We received full accreditation to do the scope of work that's been intended for that lab. The purpose of that was really primarily to support services to those registered service agents that were based in the southern part of the state. Previously, they had been receiving their services from our lab in Sparks, and that will be the case after the closure of the satellite laboratory. At the time, there was some analysis performed that indicated that perhaps there was an additional marketplace for more industry customers, if you will, to bring their work to that Las Vegas metrology lab. And I'll say this carefully, I think that some of the underlying assumptions behind that additional marketplace were flawed. They relied on the fact that we would have pulled business from our surrounding states who also have metrology labs of their own. And they relied frankly on the program being subsidized from fee revenues for other portions of the Division of Consumer Equitability. And in the latter part of last fiscal year, we performed a relatively comprehensive fiscal analysis of the metrology program and looked at what additional, frankly, subsidy was required to continue providing those services, or what we would need to raise our rates and found that we would be significantly higher than any of our surrounding states, which does not align with a theory that we would pull industry from other states. And so I'd be pleased to bring forward those additional data, that analysis at the budget subcommittee. But I think to your question, all of the services that are provided by the metrology program are still in place. There will be some slight inconvenience to industry that is located in Southern Nevada, that they will have to have their weights or meters brought to our lab in Sparks rather than being, but quite frankly, the alternative of increasing our fees by 300%, I think would have been a bigger detriment to industry than the decision that we've made. And I hope that's helpful to your question.
Extremely. Thank you so much for that background and history. I'm sorry, someone else want to jump in? Okay. I wonder also if there may be an opportunity to assist those folks who are using the Southern Nevada Metrology Lab to leverage the transportation system to the Sparks Lab, and you guys may already be on it, but I'd be curious to hear more about those opportunities in the subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Peters. I have a follow-up question from Vice Chair Carlton.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along the same lines, because I was involved in the initial setup of the Southern Nevada Metrology Lab, and the part of the thought process was folks were having to send things a long distance. I'm just curious, the folks that are accessing it, it seems as though there are more people in Southern Nevada that need the service. So I'm just trying to figure out what the actual numbers look like, and the cost to Southern Nevada businesses that will have to transport things versus the other side. We hate to see an investment in something, and I'm hoping it just gets mothballed and not dismantled, because there may be a time when that investment may be able to be used again. But it just seems to me, with the number of businesses in Southern Nevada, that I'm still having a hard time figuring out why we would make all the Southern Nevada businesses go to Northern Nevada to get this done, realizing that, yes, Northern Nevada probably encompasses 15 counties, so that would make a difference there. So don't expect to get any numbers right now, but it just logically sounds to me like the number of businesses accessing this service and the distance they would have to travel or overcome to be able to get these services. I think the subcommittee is going to want to dive very deeply into this and see exactly where we are.
Director Rod, am I good to proceed?
Please do.
Thank you for the question and your comments, Assemblywoman Carlton, and I certainly understand them. And I know that your time is short today, so I can try to give you a short answer today with the promise that we will give you that figurative deep dive when we meet with the subcommittee. So I think it's important for you to know today that the metrology laboratory that's established in Sparks has capabilities and infrastructure that is increased from that which was in the Las Vegas laboratory. The scope of what the Las Vegas laboratory was doing was limited as compared to the Sparks laboratory. So, certainly in looking at, do you keep one or the other open, it was not an apples to apples of just, close the Sparks laboratory and leave Vegas open, because then we would have a good deal of our scope that we could no longer perform. And that certainly would not have been supportive to industry. I think it's also worth noting that many of the customers, registered service agents really are our customers. Many of those agents perform those services all across the state. And so they are in the northern part of the state and would not necessarily just be making a trip to the northern part of the state to deliver their standards or pick up their standards. They're here. They are customers of the Sparks laboratory for other types of weights that are within that broader scope that the Sparks laboratory performs. And so we did do some front loading, if you will. And I think this speaks a little bit to Assemblywoman Peters' question. When earlier this year, we began contemplating this, worked with the customers in the Las Vegas lab to get them in and get their renewal certifications done early, so that they would have time to plan for when they are going to either ship or bring their to the Sparks lab. And so I hope that's enough to tell you that this was not a decision that we made lightly. We knew that it would come with some negative for those customers in the southern part of the state, particularly those that only would be serviced from the Las Vegas lab. And I look forward to bringing you the analysis and the numbers that backed up the decision, and why, after discussing with industry and talking about what would have had to happen to our rates and those things, that we felt this was the best decision, and it's why we've made the recommendation that we have.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, just a very quick follow-up. How many layoffs will be involved in this decision?
For the record, Cadence Matievich, Assemblywoman Carlton, the metrologist who staffs our Las Vegas office, made his intention to retire known in late January of 2020. And so there were not any layoffs that were intended as a result of this closure. Unfortunately for him, his personal circumstances have changed a little bit due to COVID. And we are looking right now at placing him in a different position in the department. And so technically, it could be one. In all likelihood, the answer will be 0.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let me get that mute button. I didn't see any further questions from anyone for the Department of Agriculture. So I'd like to thank you, Director Ott, and thank everyone at the Department of Agriculture for the presentation today, but also for everything you do for the state of Nevada. And I will close out this particular agenda item, and we can move on to our last budget that we'll be hearing today. And it will be from the Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation. And I would like to, excuse me, welcome Director Caffaretta and hear about the leader's budget and what we will be hearing about in this budget hearings coming forward. Director Caffaretta, if you could get started.
Great. Good morning or good afternoon. I'm Elisa Caffaretta, the Director of the Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation. Can you hear us all right?
We can. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw one thumbs up, so that's great. Today I am joined in Las Vegas by Kara Jenkins, who is the Administrator for the Nevada Equal Rights Commission. In the room with me, I have Dave Schmidt, who is the State Economist and Chief of our Research and Analysis Division, Christopher Sewell, who is our Chief Operating Officer, Jeff Frischman, who is here on behalf of the Employment Security Division, Kitty DeSocio, who is our Chief Financial Officer, Shelley Hendren, who is the Administrator for Vocational Rehab, and Jenny Kaufman, who is the Deputy Director. We're here to present our budget. Let me first start out by saying we are not going to present all of the slides in your slide deck, but we did want you to have them as backup. So we will be giving you an overview of our budget and our situation. So we can go to the next slide. DETR has traditionally been known as Nevada's lead workforce development agency. Back in the day, our mission is to empower a vibrant and equitable workforce and economy through the work of our divisions, Employment Security, Rehabilitation, and the Nevada Equal Rights Commission. Next slide. As you can see from our organization chart, we provide a wide range of services to Nevadans in support of our mission. We'll be going over this today. In addition, we have our administrative units that really keep all of the work going, and we couldn't get it done without financial management, the information development and processes team, which is our IT team, research and analysis, and human resources. So just to give you a high-level overview of the work that we do, there are 3 programs in the Employment Security Division. Workforce Development, which provides training and job fairs and connections between employers and employees. The Unemployment Insurance Program, which I believe you are all somewhat familiar with. The side that you probably don't hear a lot about is we also collect taxes from employers to fund the regular UI program, and the Commission for Post-Secondary Education, which provides licensing and regulation for private post-high school educational programs. The next page shows you our other 2 divisions, and I'm going to just give them a little love here because we're going to spend a lot of time on the Employment Security Division, but these 2 divisions really kept calm and carried on, as it were, throughout the pandemic. So we wouldn't have been able to solve all the problems we did in employment security without the professionalism of the staff in these 2 divisions. In rehabilitation, vocational rehabilitation, and also the Bureau of Services to Persons who are blind or visually impaired, they both remove barriers and help create employment opportunities for these populations that have special considerations. There is the Bureau of Disability Adjudication. This is the group that provides the medical determinations that are needed for people with disabilities to access Social Security Administration programs and benefits. And the Blind Business Enterprise of Nevada, this is business opportunities for people who are blind. And you are most familiar with this group because they are the folks who run the Caucus Deli, which is a blind enterprise. So you're big patrons, and we appreciate your support. The Nevada Equal Rights Commission, I believe many of you are quite familiar. They work with the Federal Equal Opportunity Commission to investigate complaints of discrimination and provide settlement and mediation for Nevadans. So it has been, to put it mildly, a challenging year for this organization. The Strike Force report is coming out soon, so you will get to see quite a bit of the work that we've done. And while the applications for unemployment continue to flood in, we do appreciate the budget process and the new year because it's given us a chance to step back and sort of focus on how we're going to move forward in this new year. And what you're going to see in the budget is sort of represented in these priorities, where at the highest level, we're going to really focus on stopping with the Band-Aids and just putting out fires and looking more towards long-term solutions for providing our services. So specifically, we have been in the process of looking at business processes and where we can streamline them. That is going to continue as we go forward. We'll talk a little bit more later on in the budget about modernizing our IT systems at several levels to make sure we can be flexible and responsive to whatever dislocations there are. We are going to be working with East over the coming year to look at statewide technology solutions, particularly for issues around security and modernization and updating our systems so that they can safely deliver programs to the clients that we have. For our clients, number one priority is to finish up getting through the backlog, which we're making great progress on, and once we get current, to stay current, if at all humanly possible. We have been looking at customer service, our hiring, our training. We hope to have more time to invest in doing more in that area in the coming year. You're going to hear about some of the innovative programs we've been able to provide to address the changing needs for workforce development, rehabilitation, and equal rights investigations. So that will be a big focus is we just have to change the way we do business. We've done a lot of that already, and we will continue to do it. I think probably many of you saw that the governor asked me to stay on as the director here permanently, and I want to tell you what I told the staff. It was a very easy decision to say yes to the governor in this case. I know it's the most coveted job in the state, but I have to say the staff here at Dieter is absolutely amazing. We've rebuilt a lot of the staff. We filled in a lot of leadership positions, but this team really goes above and beyond and has all year, and so it was very easy to say yes. So we're going to spend some time in the coming year sort of reinvesting in our folks, training. Maybe there'll be some organizational changes in terms of our organizational structure. And we're going to take advantage of, I think one of the big lessons is take advantage of the internal expertise we have and make sure that we don't lose that knowledge as folks rightfully, deservedly retire or re-retire as the case may be. So on the next slide, I just want to take a few minutes to go over what happened last year. I know many of you have gotten updates in the Interim Finance Committee or various news stories. But now that the year is over, we want to just take a step back and kind of give you the big picture of what happened so that you have the context as you're looking at our budget and our program going forward. So this slide that you have, somebody described it as a bird flying into a window. I believe every agency has used this slide in their budget presentation, so you're very familiar with it. But I want to call to your attention the small sort of bunny hill on the left-hand side of the slide. That actually represents the recession, the Great Recession, if you'll remember, of 2009. And just the one thing to notice about it, other than that the magnitude is nothing compared to the 30% unemployment rate, is that it was much more gradual in how the impact built, and then we recovered. And so it was easier for agencies, and particularly unemployment, to ramp up, to provide benefits to people, and then sort of over time resolve whatever backlog was created. But at Dieter, the immediate impact of having the unemployment rate hit 30%, which, as you know, is the highest rate of any state ever recorded in the history of unemployment, is that we went from processing about 20,000 benefit payments a week to a high of over 369,000 benefit payments in a week. That's a 20-fold increase. And just to give you a sense of how that sort of feels emotionally on the ground, I think you've heard 5 budgets today. Imagine hearing 100 budgets a day for the last 2 weeks, and how that, one, how you would get through it, and 2, how it would feel. That's sort of the order of magnitude of the change that we were dealing with as staff, and the impact to our workload. So when the pandemic hit, that's the first thing we did was the workload increased dramatically. Second thing that happened to our program is that Congress passed a series of bills that provided unemployment benefits in many ways that have never been provided before. I'm not going to read these for you, but you are, I'm sure, familiar with most of them. So this is 6 brand new programs with brand new rules that had to be programmed and implemented, and all of the policies and regulations set up around them that in many ways fine-tuned and changed the way we provided unemployment benefits. The seventh one there, we haven't yet gotten all the guidance from the Department of Labor, but it will be implemented sometime this year. So we put in place 6 new programs, and then there's a round 2 of them, which is 11 more weeks. So that's a lot of new programs. I don't think most agencies major legislation changed that much last year. So we somehow managed to do all of that. While we were doing those things, we were also grappling with monumental, unrelenting fraud, and I know people have said that we are overstating the case. So let me give you the year picture. In January of 2020, the workforce in Nevada was about 1.5 million people. 3 million people in Nevada, half of them are in the workforce. What was one thing and another? So when we got to the end of the year, last year, we had received 1,591,967 initial applications for unemployment between the 2 programs, UI and PUA. So we literally got more applications for unemployment than there were workers in Nevada. Clearly, we were under attack, and we remain under attack by fraudulent actors, most of them outside of Nevada, many of them outside of the country. So when you hear that there are thousands of claims we are not paying, that's actually a good thing because so many of these are fraudulent actors. We do have a benefit payment control unit that has been working with law enforcement to prosecute these cases and recover payments. We also are working with the National Association of State Workforce Agencies. They have an integrity center, and we're working with them and other states to implement technology to prevent fraud. So we're trying to address it both up front and after it occurs. We also, in addition to all these things, we redeployed hundreds of the staff in DETR from workforce programs, rehabilitation programs, and the Equal Rights Commission to answer the phones and help people with their claims. We've retrained them. We keep redeploying them. They are endlessly good sports about it and are doing a great job. We contracted with a call center to answer questions. We had to set up a whole separate computer program to address the PUA, pandemic unemployment claims for gig workers. I want to really stop for a minute on this one bullet, which is the UI, regular unemployment computer system, stayed online through the entire pandemic. And that's not something that every state can say. Several states had their systems down for days on end. So these folks really were miracle workers. It's kind of an old system, and they kept it going and slowly slogging through the claims, but it stayed online to keep things going. But the system was definitely overwhelmed, and a backlog was created. So the governor, as you know, created the strike force in August. With their help, we got the loan of 200 eligibility workers from welfare. We signed a contract with Maximus to bring on up to 200 contract staff, brought the call center management back to DETR so that we had quality control. ID is a fraud measure. We've rebuilt our staff, and basically we've cleared out 95% of the backlog that existed in August, and as I say, we continue. So the final slide on sort of what went right with unemployment from the beginning of the pandemic to now. 300,000 Nevadans on average are getting their weekly benefits from us week in and week out, and that's thanks to all the hard work of this great staff. We have paid out over $8.3 billion in benefits in 2020. So we have helped keep families in their homes and together and able to pay their rent and take care of their health care needs. Just to put that number into comparison, in the previous 12 years combined, we only paid out $6.4 billion in unemployment benefits. So you can see that we really made a huge difference. Not to say that there's not still work to do, but I just want to give a shout out to this team that did all of this amazing work, and they should get credit for soldiering on and having these great results for Nevadans, despite the fact that there's still things we could do better. A little more love for rehabilitation. While all of that was happening, they were focused on finding new ways to deliver benefits to their clients. And Voc Rehab in Nevada was the first in the state to go completely virtual with online orientations and program applications. They found new ways to communicate with their clients. About 25,000 people were served last year, and over almost $1.4 billion in benefits went out to people with disabilities through the Social Security program that we administer. So they kept going and really provided important benefits for Nevadans in need. The Nevada Equal Rights Commission also kept going. They received over 1,600 complaints, investigated those. They closed 660 of them in partnership with the EEOC. On behalf of Nevadans, they too went virtual, offering training for employers to reduce workplace discrimination. We had to create and ramp up the training and guidance around COVID-related issues, and you'll see that continue as the vaccine comes online. Over $2 million in settlement funds are returned to Nevadans in these cases, and that is at no cost to those claimants. Research and Analysis Office, these folks were front and center at the Economic Forum, and as we say, you've seen their slides in probably every budget presentation you've seen. So they certainly have been providing ongoing information about the workforce, unemployment, and as I said, we couldn't do any of this work without the support of financial management, our IT folks, our PIO, human resources. So cheers to them. Okay, the budget information. The super high level changes to the budget at a programming level. You'll know from the governor's state of the state that Owen is transferring to Dieter. At the staffing level, we have a few additional FTEs that are highlighted in the appendix, and some positions that will be reclassified. What was one thing and another, we are going to be coming back to you with a budget amendment because there were several intermittent positions that were approved by the Interim Finance Committee to be included in the budget, but we were given the okay to do immediate hires, and so we're doing a budget amendment to reflect those positions, so you'll see that coming. And then there are several efficiency measures that are included in the budget, the technology like the phone systems, DocuSign, which allows us to provide services to our clients virtually, and modernizing the unemployment system. To give you a sort of context, this just gives you a comparison of the last biennium budget versus this year's biennium budget. The thing to notice here is that most of our budget comes from either federal dollars coming directly to us or other program dollars that come into our program, like grants or cost allocation. Only about 3% of our budget is general fund, and that 3% is concentrated in vocational rehab, the Nevada Equal Rights Commission, and the Commission on Post-Secondary Education. So you'll see when we talk about the impact of budget cuts, that is where the impact is felt, because that is where general fund occurs in our budget. If you go to the next slide, you can see another way to see it is that just under $5 million of our budget is general fund appropriation. So it makes it pretty difficult for us to make the budget cuts that are needed when that request comes in. And the final thing I would note about what you're looking at here is that this is only our base budget. This does not include one-shots or we get a lot of above base money from the federal government in terms of administering, for example, the unemployment program. That's not reflected here because it's above base, and so we bring that in as work programs, which is why you see it so often in our finance. So just a little bit of specific information about the impact of the cuts to general fund on our agency. This is pretty much the place really you see the dramatic impact, which is for every dollar that's reduced in our rehabilitation budget, and this is where we have to make these cuts. We're losing $4 of federal grant money. And on the next slide, you can see these are dollars that go directly to providing services to our clients, things like training and transportation that our clients need to get jobs. And so there is a direct impact to clients when we make these cuts. And finally, on the next slide, because you asked us to talk about the trust fund, these are the dollars that employers put in to offset regular unemployment program benefits. The trust fund was up to about $2 billion before the pandemic hit. You can see there's a pretty dramatic drawdown. And then as people exhaust their regular UI benefits at 26 weeks and move on to federally funded programs, this somewhat levels off. We expect the benefits and contributions to be roughly in balance going forward. We are currently borrowing from the federal government. That's the red that you see. This is a completely standard operation that was established in the 1930s or 40s, I believe. Can't remember the date of the act, to allow states to provide benefits to claimants uninterrupted, and then we pay the federal government back for them. Currently, these are interest-free loans through March. We don't know if they'll extend that. We are projecting that we'll borrow about $250 million, and under current sort of assumptions, it's $1.2 to $1.4 million in interest expense. There are several options of paying this back, and when we get to that point, we'll start having that conversation with you. So that is the high-level overview. I want to go into a little bit more detail with you, and then we will stop for questions. So just to come back to this budget amendment for staffing, you'll be seeing it's not in the current budget book, which is what I was getting my information from. It's about $9.3 million. Most of that is for salaries. Some of it is for the operating expenses to keep those folks working. These are intermittent and some are permanent positions that were already approved. There's 180 in the employment security plus 4 public service interns, 16 in our IT department, and 4 financial management positions. These would largely be funded by above base funding. That's the projection. So we will and we get above base funding on a quarterly basis after the quarter has happened, but we will provide some projections when we come to the money committees about what we're expecting this to look like, so you can sort of see the whole package. On the next page, this is in the budget. Owen being transferred to Dieter, you'll see 5 positions come over to Dieter. These were all non-classified. 4 of them will become classified positions, and 1 will become an unclassified position. There's a little bit of movement to get these folks in the right place, but Owen is funded with grants from Dieter in any case, and so this just reduces the number of steps for that money to get to Owen. and improves the communication. On the next page, we have a picture of sort of the workforce system in Nevada. Owen is that green sort of rectangle, rounded off rectangle in the middle. Feel free to be a little streamlining of workforce programs, and we'll continue to work on delivering workforce services in an efficient way. On the next slide, the governor talked a little bit about the need to modernize our IT system. And so I want to just talk about this in two parts. One is we did an independent analysis recently of our unemployment system to see what outside experts would recommend we do. So there's a long-term piece which we're going to talk about, and then there's a sort of an immediate budget piece that is there to provide stability and help us transition to what we need. So the independent assessment basically was the one that noted, despite all the complexity and challenges, Dieter is to be commended because the system never did go down, unlike other states. The final conclusion, which is probably the understatement of the century from this report, was we found the system to be inadequate to the situation. So yes, we completely agree with that. There's some detail here that you can see in terms of the challenges. I did want to note that the system is not antiquated, but it is aged, and it has some vintage code in it. So there are definitely some challenges and efficiencies that we can that we need to make, but we have been creating workarounds, and it has been moving along. So it is something that needs to be addressed in the long term. And you already know we have a separate vendor for the PUA system, which adds to the challenges because the two systems don't talk to each other, and some people are in both systems, and we need to address that in the intermediate term. On the next page, you see what the independent study has shown in terms of over the next 2 or 3 years, we really need to modernize the system. This is a very high-level estimate of what that cost might be. This is not in the budget. So the immediate step will be kind of fleshing out this analysis and developing an RFP. So you will see that in the future, but not in this immediate budget. On this slide, you can see what is in the budget, which are some stabilization requests, $500,000 for staffing. These are the folks who build all the workarounds and create the new systems and implement them and keep it all going. And then there's $1 million a year just for the hardware. We would have been so much better if we had sort of a duplicate server setup. And that's as technical as I'm going to get about it. But we can give you more technical information if you need it. So these investments will really help stabilize the system and speed up the processing time and improve the security of the system. This funding is coming from our penalties and interest fund. On the next slide, we have 2 bill draft requests that you'll be seeing. One is to help clarify information around the blind business enterprise statute and bring it into compliance with the federal Randolph-Shepard Act. And we can answer questions about that if you have them. The employment security bill is really a cleanup bill to reflect changes in the federal law and issues that we had to deal with in a court case. We'll be having lots of conversation with you about those. And finally, last slide, just a couple of considerations as you think about the Dieter budget. One is penalties and interest is a fund that must, by federal law, be used for unemployment. And basically what all states do is take this money, which is in hand, and use it in advance of receiving the above-base funding because we need to respond to the crisis, as you saw in the slide. before the quarter ends and we get the above base additional operating support from the federal government. So that is something that we need to keep in mind in terms of how that fund is used. We will, as we said, keep an eye on the trust fund and making sure we can keep providing benefits uninterrupted while ultimately managing that interest expense so that it doesn't become a huge issue for us. Just to highlight again, because we get so little general funds, the impact really hits just a few of our programs. And in rehabilitation's case, that is leveraging federal funds that are providing direct services to clients. And so if there is any way to address that issue as we move forward in the budget, that would be great because those are direct impacts to Nevada families. So that is the overview. The remaining slides are detailed information from our divisions and our programs, and we are ready to take any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you so much, Director Caffaretta, and congratulations for the news today. And we appreciate taking that position permanently, and all that you've done up to this point. And before we get started with some of our questions, I really wanted to thank the staff over at Dieter. This puts it into perspective when we see the numbers and we see what has taken place over this last year, and we've seen the amount of fraud and what's gone on in other states, and it's been incredibly difficult. I'm sure emotionally it's been taxing, as well as just a long hours and a lot of work. I just wanted to thank everybody at Dieter, and wanted to thank also the past directors. Tiffany Tyler, who was there when this tsunami hit our state and trying to react to it, as well as Director Krabolik before she moved over to her position now. So it's just been something wild, and all these legislators here have gotten thousands of calls and emails from constituents, and you guys have helped us all kind of work through that. So I just really wanted to thank you. So with that, I'll move on to some questions. We have quite a few, and we'll start with Assemblywoman Tolles, please.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. And thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And I do appreciate that we have been able to make progress on the backlog. For sure, this is something that we've heard some of the most heart-wrenching stories from constituents over these past 10 months. And so I have seen certainly an improvement, but I'm still hearing from some constituents where their claims have been really bogged down in that appeals process. And I'm just wondering, in this budget, I know that we are asking for an additional unclassified deputy staff attorney, and you don't have to answer this now. We can get into this more in the subcommittee, but what are we doing more to help with the staffing specifically around those more complex issues in the appeals process? That would be my first question. So, and then I have another follow-up to share with your permission.
Please.
All right. I'm going to have Jeff Frischman, who is out of retirement, questioning his own sanity, helping us with employment security, give you a high level on that.
Jeff Frischman for the record. Thank you for the question. We are currently in the process of hiring additional appeals referees in order to handle some of that backlog that has built up. We are also, what we have done all along is many of the appeals that are filed, we give them a very, very thorough review. And oftentimes, and more often than not, we are able to basically resolve the appeal before the appeal needs to happen. So that's been very effective in helping to reduce the number of hearings that need to occur. So yes, we are in the other challenge that we had faced along the way was that, as the director has indicated, we had to bring up a whole new system for PUA. And the PUA system took several weeks, I think even a couple months before it was operational. When it did become operational, one of the features that modules in it for the appeals had not been built yet. So it was a period of time before we were able to really move those through the system. So that was another challenge that we faced over the period of time, as far as building up our system to be able to accommodate the rush of claims that we experienced. So to answer your question, I hope we're currently hiring and have hired additional appeals referees in order to hear the appeals. We're going through and we're trying to reduce the number of hearings that need to happen. And we do have a system now that will support the appeals piece of it.
Great, thank you for that. And maybe if we could just provide the data, some of the numbers, both the number of staff positions as well as number of cases that are still waiting to be adjudicated, if you will, and then the cost of that, just in future subcommittees. I'd appreciate that. And I know that we have seen a drop in our unemployment rates, which is helpful, I think, to the tune of about 1% or so. Still have a long ways to go to get back to where we were before COVID, but that doesn't always capture how many people have just stopped looking for jobs. And so I think the other piece of what DETR does, that rehabilitation, that workforce innovation, the trying to connect the unemployed and those that maybe have left and reach out to them and bring them back into seeking employment opportunities is going to be crucial for our economic recovery. So I just want to see that would love to dive into that a little bit more as we dive into the subcommittee, because I have some concerns about areas where we're cutting that would help that effort. And specifically, just it stood out to me that we're cutting services to the blind or visually impaired, and maybe you could help me understand a little bit of that reasoning as well.
Okay, I think that you want to kick that.
We're going to kick that to Shelley in rehabilitation.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Shelley Hanbrin, Administrator for the Rehabilitation Division, and Mr. Chair, through you to Assemblywoman Tolles. As Director Cafferata pointed out, 3% of the overall budget for DETR is general fund. And so there are very few places where general fund can be cut. And the bulk of that money goes to the vocational rehabilitation program. And when I say vocational rehabilitation, I'm talking about both of those bureaus. So Bureau of Vocational Rehabilitation and Bureau of Services to the Blind and Visually Impaired. And those two programs alone within the rehab division have general fund. And so as you saw, and as you probably know, the unfortunate additional side effect of reducing general fund is that we also lose all the federal funds that would have been drawn based on that non-federal match, that general fund portion of match. And our grant funds require a match component. We can't pull a single federal dollar without a non-federal portion of match. And so we, made some very painful decisions to meet the governor's request to reduce general fund within DETR.
That's a hard answer, but an honest one. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. And next I have Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Cafferata, for this wonderful presentation. I wanted to talk briefly about the fraud that you brought up. Those numbers were just staggering, and bless your department for dealing with all of them. But I wanted to quick ask if you felt that the current system you have for detecting a fraud was adequate, and if not, what additional information would be needed to detect those fraudulent applications?
Thanks. Thank you for the question. This is Elisa Capretta with Dieter. I think the sort of overarching and honest answer is that no one's systems are adequate to the unbelievable level of fraud that we are seeing. And this is not just Nevada. Every state is dealing with this issue. We are having conversations at the national level to see if the Department of Labor will help with technology assistance as well as law enforcement assistance. I mean, we are talking about cyber criminals at a level none of our programs have ever seen. I recently was reading an article about there's a very brisk online market of online classes about how to defraud unemployment systems. So there's just no sort of there's no comparison of this to anything else. I do believe that the intermediate steps to help stabilize our technology systems will increase our security and help detect fraud. We are looking at programs and technology to address it, and we can provide more information for you when we come back with the budget information about specifically what proposals we have, what they'll cost, and you know, the benefit that we believe you'll see from that.
Hello, Chair.
Please do, yes.
Okay, thank you. One more quick question relating to the fraud. What could a person do to help mitigate their own circumstances if they're to be a victim of that fraud? What are some things that they could do to help lessen that chance? Because I know I had a couple constituents who received letters saying that applications were being processed in their name and they hadn't applied, but then they had difficulty contacting Dieter to let you guys know that they were not applying for unemployment. So what are some things that could a constituent do to help deter someone from stealing their information?
Jeff Frischman for the record. I wish I had a really good answer for you, but I'm afraid I don't. The problem with the fraud claims that we're receiving is we believe, and from a national level, it's believed that there have been some major data breaches nationally, and they are getting the names, social security numbers, and identifying information about people and filing claims on behalf of them from those previous data breaches. It's not necessarily a state system or the Dieter system that is putting that information out there and allowing these claims to be filed. So the problem is really more of a national problem, and it has to do, again, with the data breaches that have happened over the past 5 or 10 years. And this information, unfortunately, is available and for sale out in the dark web. And that's where it's believed a lot of this is coming from and what the origins are. So while I wish I had a better answer for you how to prevent it, I'm afraid I don't. I think it's whether a claim has been filed against any one of us or not. Let me just say it was a claim filed using my name. So we've all experienced, we have experienced it even here amongst ourselves, but there's really not much you can do about it at this point. And I wish I had a better answer for you.
Well, thank you. It was an honest answer. I appreciate your honesty. So thank you.
Assemblywoman Hadigi?
Thank you, Chair Brooks. A couple of questions, if I may. First, Director Cafaretta, I just had a question regarding overpayments, and I haven't had too many constituents reach out to me, but I have had a couple reach out regarding notifications or letters that they received from DETR saying that they were overpaid or incorrectly paid benefits, and ranging anywhere from $9,000 to $14,000. Could you walk us through how much you project has been overpaid and what that process looks like? Just because I know they reached out to me saying that they had trouble getting a hold of DETR so that they could figure this out. And so in the number of pending cases that still need to be adjudicated, is that just initial claims, or does that also include these cases for overpayments?
Elisa Cafaretta, thanks for the question, and I think I can give you a partial answer. So an overpayment is what occurs if, through a variety of circumstances, we paid out benefits and then later it was determined that we should have paid less in benefits, or that you weren't qualified for benefits at all. You can see these both in the regular UI system and the PUA system. We are seeing the greatest number of them in the PUA system, which is for the gig workers. And the major reason for seeing it in the self-employment side was that when the bill was passed, it maybe wasn't as clear to people applying for the PUA benefits how to apply. So a lot of folks put their gross income that they made as gig workers or independent contractors, and really they were supposed to, so we calculated and started paying benefits based on their gross earnings, and really they were supposed to give us their net earnings, so minus the cost of doing business. And when we got their tax return or their documentation, a lot of times we recalculated their benefits to reflect what they should have been. That would have resulted in an overpayment. Up until the Continued Assistance Act was passed on December 27th, we were not allowed to waive overpayments in the PUA system. And so we had to send out those notices for folks, and you would see these sometimes large amounts of overpayments if you start out the highest benefit amount and were reduced to the lowest benefit amount. The Continued Assistance Act has given us the authority to waive PUA overpayments for people who got that money through no fault of their own, or it would be against equity and good conscience to collect the overpayment. We are still waiting because there were so many parts of that law on the full guidance from the Department of Labor in terms of overpayment. So the short but unsatisfying answer for your constituents is we were just given the authority to waive those overpayments, and we are working on what that process will look like and what the policy will be. So if they should just sort of sit tight and wait to hear from us. Like I said, I know it's not satisfactory, but we were put in a pretty tough corner with the late passage of that bill. I don't think we have any numbers to share with you today in terms of our estimate of the overpayments. But again, that's something we'll try and have more information for when we come back with our detailed presentation.
Okay, now that works. Thank you for answering that. So I know that there will be forgiveness for the PUA overpayments, but is there anything being worked on for the traditional state unemployment benefits, or will that have to be collected back from the benefit recipient?
Lisa Cafaretta, the regular unemployment system, we have always had the ability to waive overpayments except in the cases of fraud. And there is an application that people can apply to request having their overpayments waived. And I believe what one of the things that will happen as we're developing this on the PUA side, there will be more publicity and more information out there for claimants to just make them aware of how to apply for a waiver. and the standard is the same. If they got the overpayment through no fault of their own, or if asking for it back would be against equity and good conscience, then we can waive that overpayment.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director.
Thank you. And up next, we have Senator Ratty.
Thank you, Chair. It looked like Chair Carlton might have had a follow-up to that one. I don't know if you wanted to go there.
If I may, Chair, I just wanted to follow up on Ms. Howdige's line of questioning very briefly.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you. And I kind of understand the term equity and good conscience, but if you could, and if you delineated this, and I missed it, my internet's been popping in and out on me. So you guys are sometimes frozen a little bit, what that actually is. And also, when we have a constituent that's facing this, I mean, they've been out of work, they've been struggling, and all of a sudden they get this $9,000 bill. They want a person to talk to. Who do we send them to so that they don't end up in the Dieter Twilight Zone?
Alicia Caffaretta, for the record. I'm going to have Jeff Frischman talk about how equity and good conscience has been defined in this system over in the past.
Jeff Frischman for the record. Equity and good conscience, what we have in the past asked claimants to do is to provide or demonstrate that repaying the amount of the overpayment back would cause an economic hardship to them and their families. Upon their demonstration of that, we've then waived those overpayments. Again, these do not include fraudulent overpayments. And we are also very, very willing and have shown the ability to work with the claimants who have overpayments to set up payment plans. Some of the payment plans are as little as $10 a month, but we do work with those who aren't able to provide $9,000 back in one fell swoop, and we've set up payment plans to ease the burden of repaying the money that they were not entitled to.
Alicia Caffaretta, just to follow up to answer the second part of your question, which is that people just need someone to talk to, which is sort of universally true in our program. And every time we move some folks answering one set of phones to another place, we're creating more backlog in where they used to sit. So we are always robbing Peter to pay Paul. We are right now in the process, because we just got this authority in PUA, of developing some websites, some frequently asked questions. I mean, just helping to provide, as we develop it, more information for claimants in terms of the overpayments program. And certainly we've been talking about creating a small team of folks to assign these particular cases, to process them quickly, to respond to folks. So to the extent we can keep our staff doing the job of, 3 times as many people as they actually are, we will get a specific line for people to be able to process these cases.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Caffaretta. If you could share with staff that could end up sharing it with the rest of the committee members on where we are with referring folks. There's a lot of emails that we get. If I just knew where to send the email to so that they would be in the queue to have their concerns addressed, that would be very helpful. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Ratty, are you ready?
I am. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And actually, this sort of builds off of what Assemblywoman Carlton was just talking about. So we have been doing a system where we send anybody who reaches out to us over to the constituent services unit within the legislature, and then they are sending them to you all on a list. And so I just wanted to do a quick check-in with you all and just, is that still working? Is that still appropriate? Does that help identify real people as opposed to fraud so that they can get on the list and get in a queue to get help?
Elisa Cafaretta for the record. Yes, that is actually we've sort of reconfigured the constituent services group, and it is working, I think, quite well. And we're getting regular reports. I don't know if you are seeing regular reports of the number of cases of real people, and often people with very complicated cases that just need to be looked at. So that is working very well.
So that might be a point of interest. There is no feedback loop. So our staff does say, hey, we've connected them with theater, but we don't necessarily get any sort of report on how many of those that we're sending over through our constituent services unit get resolved. So that might actually be some helpful feedback to have. And then I'm just wondering, so many of them that come into our email, and I think this is building off a little bit of what Assemblywoman Toll said earlier, they are folks who are talking about cases that are 9-10 months old. And so do you have the ability to sort through the cases that you have to find the ones that are older and focus some attention there?
Elisa Cafaretta for the record. So the strike force was very laser focused on getting through the backlog, starting with the oldest cases first and coming to current cases. So we have gone from working cases that were, when the strike force started, we were working cases from March and April. We are now towards the end of July and getting into August. So we've really come much closer to current cases. As I say, we still have a ways to go. Every case is different. I think if you've dealt with any of the claimants, you understand that. I find that particularly folks who have older claims, it is not a question of their claim hasn't been looked at. It is more often a case of, and this is not always true, but it is more often a case that their claim was looked at and they were not eligible, and they were sent from PUA to the regular unemployment system, and they didn't want to apply in the regular employment system. So there are certainly folks who persistently don't like the answer that they're getting, and not everyone meets the eligibility criteria for these programs. And so the folks I think that have what I've seen of the oldest cases, that is often the situation. And we do have this relief valve of the constituent services where we have somebody go in and take a look and see if they just somehow have been missed. But we are seeing fewer and fewer of those cases. And like I said, we're now into cases from August. So they shouldn't, I have not seen in a long time one that was 10 months old.
That's super helpful to understand. That's how you're processing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Titus, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to piggyback off of what Assemblywoman Gerlo's questions were regarding the fraudulent claims and some of that processing. My identity was also stolen this last 10 months, and somebody filed them under me. So acutely aware of how broad that was. And I'm wondering, I heard you say there's really no way to resolve that, and it's more of a federal responsibility, et cetera. But when we looked into it, I was under the impression that our Attorney General was setting up kind of a task force and working with the FBI, and that, Dieter was involved with that. And so is that not going forward? Are you not working with our Attorney General? No FBI component? And that's my number one question. My number two question, is there any effort to once you identify the fraudulent claim, getting back that money or taking anybody to court?
Jeff Frischman for the record. And again, for the record, I want you to know that our benefit payment control unit is working with national and local law enforcement officials. To give a list of some of the folks we are working with, besides that, is we're engaged with national and local law enforcement agencies, the USDOL, the National Association of State and Workforce Agencies, NASWA, the Integrity Center, the current debit card vendor, Bank of America, and other technology vendors such as OnPoint Technologies, ID.me, and Pondera. So certainly we're working with an array of folks, not only with law enforcement, but with vendors, with other partners in our war against fraud. Really, while I think this has been a very difficult subject to deal with, let me talk about a little bit of some of the successes that we've enjoyed. One of the things during the course of this, as of last week, we have identified 244,438 claims that had identification issues. If you extrapolate that out, considering that the average claim gets paid $13,700, that's $3.4 billion in fraud prevention efforts. On top of that, we have also, certainly at the beginning of the program, there were some claims that came in when we were less prepared for some of this cyber fraud attack. And we were able to go back and claw back some of the money in partnership with our banking vendor, Bank of America. And we've been able to claw back about $120 million. So yes, we are collecting and making efforts to collect those monies. Yes, we are pursuing prosecutions in partnership with the law enforcement task force that was put together early on. And yes, we are working with every partner and every vendor we have in our fraud prevention efforts.
Thank you for that. I hear your passion in that. And the reason for the question was that when initially responded, it seemed like, well, we're going to have fraud, and that's because of the Fed. So I just wanted to make sure that we truly were paying attention to that. We were having some effort. I didn't hear you mention working with our Attorney General, but I guess that he's part of some of those efforts there, as opposed to quote unquote law enforcement. I'm just, or have you turned it to the bankers, local law enforcement, and the federal folks?
Jeff Frischman, for the record, when I talked about local and national law enforcement, that would include the Attorney General's office. It would include the Department of Labor, Office of Inspector General. It includes the local law enforcement. We've had a case, I think, was prosecuted down in the Metro, Las Vegas. So when I said law enforcement, that I meant that to include the Attorney General's office as well.
Well, thank you for that. And Director Caparata, welcome as the director. If you need a mental health exam for accepting that position, I can have some good referrals. And thank you for the folks that you've brought out of retirement. This is a heavy lift. And you're getting hit from all sides, and not only from those of us with identity stolen, but those who truly need it and can't get it. But you have helped a lot of people, and I appreciate you focusing on this success that you have done. It has not been easy for the state. No one predicted any of this. And I just want to thank you and for coming out of retirement. Also, thank you for coming and assisting the great state of Nevada. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too appreciate all the work you guys have been doing. I know it's been a monumental task, unprecedented, and not even for us here in the state, but all over the country. I just had a question about the fraud and some more in depth. I know you're working with partner agencies, and maybe you don't have this information today, but I'd love to see it in the future because it fits into the budget, would be, how many of these fraud cases have you identified? I know you just put out a number that you prevented those, but I'm talking about actual ones that have been carried out. And then what kind of dollar amount has been recovered or potentially could be recovered down the road? And then where would that money go back to? Would that go back to the fund? So I guess that's basically 3 questions.
Lisa Cafaretta for the record. So one of the things about fraud, and this fraud in particular, is that because we're seeing these fraudulent actors operating in many states, part of what we have to do is collect the data, and then it gets aggregated at the national level to allow for national law enforcement activities. So Pondera, one of the vendors that we are bringing on, part of what they bring to the equation is sort of an ability to go through our system and all the claims that have been paid and sort of triage, which have the hallmarks of fraud that we should pass on to law enforcement and for prosecution. And as you know, from your former life, it takes a lot of work to put together an investigation, an arrest, a prosecution. So we are actively working on that, both at the state and the national level. We don't have specific numbers, but and I don't know when we will have them, but we are attacking that on many different levels. As Jeff, I think, mentioned, we have been able to recover at least $120 million of fraudulent payments, and we're working with, and that's just in partnership with Bank of America. We're working with other banks as well. We don't have those figures yet because it's an ongoing conversation. The money goes back to wherever it came from. So if it was a PUA case, then that money goes back to the federal government because it was 100% funded by PUA. And of course, nothing here is easy. So if it was a regular UI case, part of it comes back to the trust fund minus the FPUC $600 bump and the lost wages bump and all the other bumps and extensions. So we are working on that math right now, and we can provide you with some details when we get into the hearings on sort of where we are with that. I believe that will be an ongoing, probably several year process to bring that money back in.
I appreciate your effort. It looks like you've made some significant recoveries. It would be really good to see, how many cases you do submit to law enforcement and how many they follow through, that if they're not doing their share, whether at the federal level or local level, it would be really good for us to know about it so that, we can focus our energy and attention there because it's really a financial impact to the state, the program. And if you're putting all this effort into identifying claims and they're not being followed up on or prosecuted, then that's a problem too. So I really appreciate it and look forward to hearing that information in the future.
And Jeff Frischman for the record, if I might add that what we're hearing on the national level from other states and from the DOL itself is that many of these fraudulent claims are originating from outside the country, from Russia and from, in particular, Central Africa has been talked about. So as far as prosecuting and going after a lot of these bad actors, it's a bit more complicated than if they were internal, if they were within the states. So a lot of this is international, so it adds to the complexity of prosecuting and collecting that money back.
Well, I understand that completely. I know that there are several that originate here in the States. I know that cases have been brought forward to different investigating authorities and they weren't looked into. And so that's my interest into this subject. And, any kind of information that you push out and we find somebody's not doing their job, we definitely need to look into that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblyman Roberts. That's just the fraud issue is just overwhelming. It's just hard to even grasp what you said, Director Cafaretta, in the beginning about the number of claims and how the number of claims are far greater than greater than even the number of workers in the entire state of Nevada. I think that really demonstrates how big of a issue this is. So I appreciate everything that y'all are doing, and I've been just read yesterday about one of our another state that has paid out billions of dollars in fraudulent claims and then they're now figuring out that were fraudulent. So this is a huge issue, and appreciate all you're doing to look after it. We do not have any further questions from any of the subcommittee members, and this is our last agenda item for the day. And really, one of the things that's really been one of the biggest issues we face as legislators in the last year in dealing with our constituents was this issue, or the last 10 months specifically. And so it's really good to get this level of information, and hopefully we can move forward with some solutions. But that would then wrap up this presentation, and I appreciate it, Director Cafaretta, and all of the folks working at DETR on everything that you do. And if there are no further questions from the committee members, we can move on to the next agenda item. And our next agenda item would be public comment. And so we will open up a second period of public comment, and we'll give broadcast a few minutes to switch over and open the phone lines up. And I remind anyone who's calling in that please limit your comments to 2 minutes, and feel free to submit any written comment to support your public comment or to the committee, and we'd appreciate that. We'd also like to keep the public comment period to 30 minutes as well. So broadcast, if you want to open up the phone lines.
Chair, the public comment line is open and working. However, there are no callers at this time. Would you like to take a 2-minute break to allow people watching online time to call in?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Chair, the public line is open and working, and there are still no callers at this time.
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate that. So with no public callers, that is it for today. Tomorrow, we'll be back at it, 8:30 a.m. We'll be hearing from the Department of Business and Industry, followed by the Department of Taxation. And then we will take a break, and we will come back and have an IFC meeting after we have our last budget hearings. So be prepared for another long day tomorrow. And I will see everyone tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chairman.